elevated consumer demand, elevated demand, or is it supply constraints? I know we're facing both, but I'm asking you to allocate, as you can, some share to each phenomenon.
Yeah, I just would say it's clearly both factors are principally at work here. You couldn't get this kind of high inflation without strong demand, and you certainly couldn't get it without the kind of supply issues that we've had, both in the labor market reflected in high wages, and then in the goods market reflected in what's happened with durable goods. And cars in particular, you look there, it's been driven by a semiconductor shortage.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
On behalf of the Chair, Senator Moran.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Chairman Powell, thank you for your presence here today. Let me start just by making certain that I tell you something that I think I need to say on behalf of Kansans. I've never seen the level of anxiety, uncertainty, concern for the future as I see today when I have conversations with folks in my neighborhood and across Kansas. There's a sense that something's not right. Inflation is a significant component of that feeling, and the inability to know what's around the corner is terribly damaging to folks, both financially but also mentally or psychologically. There's a real circumstance out there that I want you as the chairman and your colleagues to know exists. It is, I think, uncertainty and what the future holds is one of the most damaging things when people try to figure out their lives and how comfortable they are. I also want to highlight a particular Kansas, but middle America, across the country, issue of agriculture. I was on a farm on Saturday, participating in, observing harvest of wheat. We live in a world in which people are starving, and more are going to starve if we are unable to, if we fail to get more grain into markets from Ukraine and from Russia, but from the United States as well. Agriculture, farming is a noble calling, and it has a lot to do with being able to feed people who are now desperate. Part of the concern in regard to agriculture is that interest rates have a significant consequence to the profitability, to the survivability of producers, and profit margins get squeezed if interest rates continue to climb. We face declining or lower land values. That creates greater access to credit challenges. Tell me how you see, one, how I can assure my Kansans that and Americans that things are going to be better, and two, how can I assure farmers and ranchers that their future will be brighter based upon the activities of the Federal Reserve?
So I take the sort of very low confidence readings that we're reading about and your comments about Kansas citizens as being pretty directly related to high inflation. And I think people haven't seen it. You know, most people, you and I, are old enough to remember what it was like, and it's it's something that it just really does destroy public confidence in the economy and that kind of thing. So we need to get inflation back down to 2%, and all I can say is we're using our tools to do that, and the public should believe that we will get inflation back down to 2% over time. Again, there are factors that we don't control, but those factors do tend to wash out over time. Things like commodity prices don't tend to just keep going up. They may remain high, but they're quite volatile over time. That's what the record shows. So we're doing what we can to get inflation down, the parts that we can address. So for whatever that's worth, that's what we can do and what we will do. In terms of the agricultural patch, as you know, we have, including your Kansas City Fed president, we have some terrific people who are Reserve Bank presidents who give us a good sense of what's going on in the agricultural sector on an ongoing basis. And it's obviously a very, very difficult time with fertilizer prices and difficulty in getting all kinds of inputs. And it's just a very challenging time in the agricultural world. We do understand that. Our part of it is to do what we can to get inflation back under control. I know higher interest rates are painful, but that's the tool we have to moderate demand and get demand and supply back into balance so that inflation can come down.
Mr. Chairman, in a conversation you and I had on the phone, you indicated that, as you did today, there are certain aspects of inflation that you have little control over. One of them, I think you mentioned, was energy. Let me be reassured, if you would, that there will not be actions by the Federal Reserve to make lending to fossil fuel producers a component of the policies of the Federal Reserve. That when you say you have little to do with it, you could cause great damage if you decide to go down a path that was at least contemplated by a number of nominees for the Federal Reserve Board. And I would love to be reassured that's not a component that you would pursue, and that we would not see resulting increasing a cost of fuel as a result of federal policy, Federal Reserve policy.
In my view, and I think the view of my view certainly is that it's not our job to allocate credit to or against or away from any particular sector of the economy. That's a job for elected officials or for markets, but it's not a job for the Federal Reserve, which has a mandate to pursue maximum employment, price stability, a well-regulated banking system, and a sound payment system.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
On behalf of the chair, Senator Warnock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Chairman Powell, for being here again today. Georgia is in a serious housing crisis, and the Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta has designated owning a home in Atlanta as unaffordable to the average home buyer. But it's not just a city problem. It's urban, it's rural. Haralson County, a county with a population of less than 30,000, is also rated as unaffordable. In the midst of this housing crisis, the Federal Reserve Bank, which has a tough mandate and a tough time of managing inflation, has raised the federal funds rate by 0.75%. This means mortgages are about to get a lot more expensive for families. Chairman Powell, as the Fed raises its interest rates, what is the Fed doing to prevent this rate increase from further exacerbating the housing crisis?
Well, so by raising rates, what you're seeing is a slowing housing market now. You're seeing because of higher interest rates, mortgage rates have gone up pretty substantially, and you're seeing a slowing in the housing market. And that should mean, one of the things that should mean is that housing prices should stop going up at such remarkably rapid rates. Since the beginning of the pandemic, we've had a very, very hot housing market all around the country. And what should take place is, as demand moderates demand for housing moderates for new and existing homes, you should see prices stop going up quite so fast. You're also going to see fewer home sales and just generally a lower rate of activity in the housing market. So really, what needs to happen is housing supply and demand need to get back into better alignment, and the part of that we can control is really by moderating demand, so that prices stop going up quite so much, and that we can get back to a housing market where supply and demand are. Now, we don't control supply, and there are issues in this country around housing supply. It's harder to get land and lots and things like that. It's harder to get people to work. So there are supply-side constraints. If you meet with builders from around the country, they will tell you that we have a longer-term issue as a country around creating enough housing supply. That is not something that the Federal Reserve can do anything about, but it is an important issue.
Right. Notwithstanding that, mortgages are clearly, at least in the short term, are about to get more expensive. And it seems to me that what would be helpful is if the Congress would pass my Down Payment Toward Equity Act to help first-generation home buyers afford their first home. What effects do you expect the Fed's interest rate increases will have on well, let me put it this another way. The Federal Reserve helps enforce the Fair Housing Act and the Equal Credit Opportunity Act. What plans do you have to ensure that as interest rates increase, everyone still has access to a fair, reasonable price mortgage?
So the higher interest rates don't change our very important obligations under the fair credit laws that we enforce. And so we'll continue to enforce those, transparently and aggressively. It is true, though, that mortgage rates have gone up, and that will slow down demand, and that will be there's some pain involved in that for people paying higher mortgage rates, and also some people will be priced out of the mortgage market. But that is ultimately what needs to happen if we are to get back to price stability, to a place where people's wages aren't being eaten up by inflation. Right. So the greatest pain would be if we allow this high inflation to just continue.
I guess
will be right. Yeah.
Right, and I guess my point is that in the meantime, the folks who are on the margins of the marketplace in the first place, the issue is how do we protect them as much as possible. Related to that, when Secretary Yellen was here, she stated that the Federal Reserve needed to not only be skillful, but she said, quote, lucky to ensure, quote, a soft landing. I don't like counting on luck when the economic safety of Georgians, particularly those at the margins, is at risk, which is why I'm doing what I can here in the Senate. I've introduced a couple of bills to lower the price of gas, to lower the cost of groceries and other everyday goods, to cap the cost of insulin and other medication. And I've held the White House accountable to pursue investigation of price gouging of ocean carriers. And I've supported bipartisan legislation addressing the same issue that just became law. How can Congress lower costs for Georgia families? And what steps can Congress take to support the Fed and ensure a soft landing?
So I guess I'd be reluctant to give you advice while we're trying so hard to do the job that you've actually assigned us, which is to get inflation back down. But I think those are authorities that those of you who run for elected office have, and we don't have as mere appointees. So that's really up to you.
But you would agree that the folks at the margins of the economy are feeling the most pressure and pain, and that has to be addressed.
I think that's always the case, and in the case of inflation, it's really that if you're spending every dollar that you're intaking on the bare essentials of life, and the cost of them goes up 10%, you're in trouble right away.
Right.
Whereas middle class people and people better off than that, they've got some resources, some ability to deal with it. So that's why it's such a priority for us to get on top of inflation before it does become entrenched. Inflation's only now been around for, it really didn't start until March of last year. So it's not at all too late for us to get this job done and get back onto the kind of path we all want to be on.
Thank you so much. I'm concerned about this, and it's why in the meantime I've introduced several bills to lower the costs for essential items like gas and groceries and medication. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Senator.
On behalf of the chair, Senator Sinema, I think, will join virtually.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Powell, for joining us today. And congratulations on your recent reconfirmation. The inflation numbers continue to be concerning, and this is the #1 issue I've been hearing about from Arizonans. Families and small businesses are paying higher prices, and they need relief from soaring inflation so they can make ends meet. But we also know that this is not only a U.S. problem. Countries around the world, both big and small, are also seeing high inflation. So how is the U.S. position relative to other countries with respect to inflation?
I'd say our level of inflation is broadly comparable to that of other major economies. You saw Canada released their inflation number today. It's not far from where ours are. Same with the Western European democracies and the United Kingdom. But there are different compositions. So I would say generally, to generalize, in the United States, our inflation has more of a demand-driven component, whereas in Europe it is more, to a greater extent, driven by very high energy prices, for example. Although in the United Kingdom kind of has a mix of both of those. We also have high energy prices here. So the levels are similar, but the composition is a little bit different here in the United States.
Well, thank you. Crypto markets have experienced substantial volatility in the past several weeks. Has the Fed been tracking these events, and what implications do they have for how the Fed is viewing the broader economic outlook and making decisions with respect to monetary policy?
We are tracking those events very carefully, of course, and not really seeing significant macroeconomic implications so far. And but I think the principal implication is really what we've been saying, and others have been saying for some time, which is that in this very innovative new space, really there's a need for a better regulatory framework that treats, the same activity should have the same regulation no matter where it appears, and that isn't the case right now because a lot of the digital finance products are in some ways quite similar to products that had existed in the banking system or the capital markets, but they're not regulated the same way. So we need to do that, and I think that is the main takeaway I would have.
What is an appropriate proportion of current U.S. inflation to assign to Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, and how are you thinking about these events in the context of setting monetary policy?
Well, I would say that the increase in commodity prices are clearly connected to the war in Ukraine, and so that part of inflation would be certainly much lower than it is without the war in Ukraine. And there's nothing that our tools work on demand, and there's a job for our tools to do here. There is a job to moderating demand so that it can be in better balance with supply, but it wouldn't. We don't think that we have the answer to higher oil prices, due to the global oil situation.
I know the Fed tracks the core personal consumption expenditures index closely when thinking about monetary policy. Many trends in our economy, including a big shift towards technology and e-commerce, accelerated during the first year of the pandemic, and it's possible that the indicators and weights used to measure inflation may need to be revised to accurately measure inflation as Americans are experiencing it. So we all know inflation is high, but how high it is matters to ensure that we have an appropriate response. Congress and the Fed should make decisions based off the best information that most accurately reflects the challenges that families and businesses are facing. Have you given thought to this issue?
Well, yes, in the sense that we look very carefully at the way we measure inflation in this country. We actually use personal consumption expenditures, which is a little different and a better approach, we think, than the more traditional consumer price index. This was a change we made about 20 years ago, and I think economists generally think that PCE inflation does a better job of measuring the inflation that people are actually experiencing in their lives. So that is what we do, and we keep it updated. The government agency that manages it keeps it updated on a regular basis. So we think that's the right approach in terms of measuring inflation. Of course, we look at CPI as well, but we've chosen to make PCE inflation our principal measuring stick.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I see my time's expired. I yield back. Thank you.
Senator Menendez of New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, I want to start on the issue of diversity at the Fed. I have a letter that we sent you yesterday and signed by 9 senators, including 5 members of this committee, urging you to undertake a number of simple reforms to the process for selecting bank presidents and Class B directors. That process has to include meaningful transparency and public engagement if we are ever going to have Fed leadership that truly represents the public as required by the Federal Reserve Act. So I'll wait for your written response, because we just sent that letter, on the details of those proposed reforms. But for now, can I have your commitment that you'll provide us with a substantive response by July the 22nd?
Yes.
Thank you. And also, will you commit to work with me to put in place real, meaningful changes to the process so we can have a broader array of voices to the Fed leadership?
I'll commit to having a frank discussion with you about that and what could be. We're open to ideas of how to improve. As you point out in your letter, it's not like we haven't made tremendous strides as it relates to the B and C directors in the course of the last 10 years. We really have. And the diversity numbers are, I think, quite impressive for the B and C directors. The A directors, as you point out in your letter, less so, but those are appointed by the bankers in the district. But we can have this conversation.
Well,
I look forward to it.
Less so, but it's not. It's worse than less so. I mean, you don't have one bank president in the history of the Federal Reserve who's been Hispanic. That's far worse than less so.
I was talking about directors, but
yeah.
you're right about that.
And there was a tremendous opportunity, and it didn't happen. I just continue. I feel like I'm the lone effort on this, but 62 million Hispanic Americans who represent $2 trillion of domestic purchasing power deserve a seat at where some of the most important economic decisions are being made. So we look forward to the engagement that you've said that you're willing to engage in. Now, I am trying to find out, as others have raised with you, there's no question that painfully high inflation is affecting every family in America. But in order to develop the right response, we need to understand the underlying factors that are driving price increases. I think you've said here today that Russia's invasion of Ukraine, pandemic-related supply chain issues are perhaps, and the energy issues that flow from Russia's invasion of Ukraine are perhaps some of the biggest factors in driving inflation. But the question is, how is it that raising interest rates on those underlying causes of today's inflation ultimately are going to change it? Energy is still energy. Supply chain is still supply chain. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is a continuing challenge for the world. But there's nothing about interest rates that's going to affect any of that.
No, but notwithstanding that, there are major parts of the economy where demand exceeds supply meaningfully, and that's where our tools have a job to do, where we can moderate demand and give supply time to recover so that supply and demand get back into better balance and inflation comes down.
Well, it seems to me that we can all recognize that raising interest rates is a blunt tool at the end of the day. But I'm going back to the beginning of my questioning, it's essential, I believe, to be mindful of the effects that your actions, meaning the Federal Reserve, will have on unemployment, particularly for those groups that were hit hardest by the pandemic. The Fed's latest monetary policy report states that, quote, employment for blacks and Hispanics not only declined by more than that for whites and Asians early in the pandemic, but also recovered more quickly since the end of last year. Now that we're potentially entering a period of larger and more frequent interest rate increases, what do you expect will happen to the unemployment rates of black and Hispanic workers relative to the population as a whole?
Well, it'll depend on what happens to the overall unemployment rate. And our goal is to achieve 2% inflation while still keeping the labor market strong. That's our intention with this.
Well, I appreciate what your intention is, but I would venture to say that what we will see is what we have seen in the past, that crisis after crisis disproportionately harms Americans of color. So I hope the Fed's response to inflation doesn't continue that trend, because it is woefully wrong that one group of Americans disproportionately faces consequences of policy decisions versus the rest of America. And this is another reason to have people at the Federal Reserve who represent this community to share those insights with the Fed as you determine these macro policies that are going to affect our communities disproportionately.
Thank you, Senator Menendez. Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chair Powell, in response to a question from Senator Warner and a question from Senator Sinema, Senator Warner more or less asserted that we're all in the same boat in terms of inflation globally, but you made the point on two different occasions that what's driving inflation in largely Europe, a little bit less so in the UK, has to do with spiraling energy prices. Could you talk a little bit about, beyond the pain at the gas pump and the increased cost of transportation, how increasing, and I should say, and I believe that Europe is where they are, this is not for you to comment on, because they moved a little bit too aggressively and didn't look at resiliency with some of their energy inputs that were largely affected by the Russia invasion. But could you talk a little bit about the other commodities that are affected by rising interest rates? We're talking about housing, and we know that pipes, a number of inputs to housing construction, have gone up. Can you talk a little bit more about the market basket of other commodities that are influenced by increasing energy prices?
I think energy prices go into an awful lot of different places in the economy, including, you know, as an input into manufactured goods of all kinds, and plastics particularly, and things like that. So it does, you know, it's a big contributor to inflation, not beyond just the actual energy prices.
Yeah, and so my only comment here, and then I just have a closing thought, is that we are unilaterally hamstringing your ability to bring inflation down. You don't have to respond to this. It's a policy position. By artificially increasing the cost of energy in this country. If we simply would recognize that there is a way to get to a transition to green renewable energy and make the glide path sustainable, we could easily separate ourselves from the rest of other Western democracies with respect to that tool, which is not in your toolbox. And hopefully we can get to that discussion and embrace the idea that the transition is inevitable. It's a matter of timing and resiliency in the meantime. Just one other question. I know the post-FOMC press conference, you ruled out a 100 basis point increase. Is that a long-term view or a view based on the circumstances as you see them today? In other words, would that be something potentially on the table if the measures that you're taking right now do not work out?
I think I would never take something off the table for any and all purposes. You know, the committee that I chair will make whatever moves it believes are appropriate to restore price stability. Okay.
Well, I for one, am glad you're at the helm. I have a lot of confidence in you, which is why I voted for your confirmation. But we will be submitting some questions to the record back on the points that I made in the opening statement about transparency. There is some frustration, and I have to say it's bipartisan in terms of questions that we're asking and not getting answers to. The master account is one of them, but there are other items that we'll just include for the record. Thank you, Chair Powell. Thank you for serving.
Thank you, Senator Tillerson. Thank you for your cooperation in this hearing today, and a busy day for a lot of people. And Senator and Chair Powell, thank you. I have a series of questions. I have not asked my questions. I was saving them for last. And then after my questions, we'll adjourn. You said that Russia's aggression in Ukraine, port congestion, and COVID lockdowns in China especially have contributed to higher prices. Consumer spending continues to be strong. Most Americans probably worry about inflation. Talk for a moment, if you would, about the strengths of the American economy now and whether or not you see positive signs of prices stabilizing.
Well, consumers are overall, not every consumer, but overall the consumer sector is in very strong shape financially. There's, as you know, a very substantial accumulated quantity of savings on balance sheets. Less so at the very bottom of the income spectrum, but right across the rest of the spectrum. And so that's there to support spending even in the face of higher inflation. And you're seeing consumer spending hold up pretty well. Sorry, the rest of your question was?
Well, are there positive signs of prices stabilizing?
So in terms of prices stabilizing, what we're looking for is compelling evidence that inflation is coming down, and we don't have that. So nothing I could point to says that we have that. I will say that core PCE inflation is a pretty good indicator of where underlying inflation is running. and it has moderated over the course of this year reasonably significantly from where it was in the latter part of last year. Still way higher than it needs to be. We need to see a lot more progress. But just it's been running at a rate over the last, say, four or 5 months that is lower than it was, at least. But again, still far too high. So we're looking for that. We're not really seeing it yet. There are lots of stories out there how this should happen, and some people think it's very clear that it will. And until we actually do see it happen, we need to keep moving.
And I want to be clear from your comments publicly, your comments to this committee today. You say the economy is not at the point of a recession, correct?
I don't see the likelihood of a recession as particularly elevated right now. You should know that no one is very good at forecasting recessions very far out. No one's been able to do that regularly. But I would say that the U.S. economy for now is strong, and spending is strong. Consumers are in good shape. Businesses are in good shape. Clearly, financial conditions have tightened, and you're seeing growth slow from the very elevated levels of last year associated with the reopening. You're seeing the beginnings of job growth slowing to more sustainable levels, and there's risk in that. There's obviously risk in that. Monetary policy is famously a blunt tool, and there's risk that weaker outcomes are certainly possible, but they're not our intent.
And as I said at the beginning of my testimony, or my opening statement, that a couple hours ago, that our economy is growing faster than China's. Let me ask a few simple questions about gas prices. We've heard a lot today about gas prices from both sides. Just a few yes or no's. Does President Biden set gas prices?
No.
Does Congress set gas prices?
Not as far as I know.
Do you, as chair of the Federal Reserve, set gas prices?
No.
I wouldn't ask you to assign a sort of quantum responsibility, but starting with the decisions of OPEC and the world's major oil companies to not produce more, can you tell the committee briefly what goes into the price at the pump, and ultimately what tools you have, Congress has, other government agencies have to bring the price down?
It's really principally the price of oil, which is set globally by the actions of largely by the actions of large oil-producing countries. And then it's the refining spread, what it costs to refine, and what the refiners can charge before the public consumes that refined product. So those are the two pieces of it, and we don't have really, our tools certainly don't work to address either of those things.
Let me talk for a moment about housing. Several have asked about the skyrocketing costs for both renters and aspiring homeowners. Prices over the last 2 years, but prices weren't that great prior to President Biden and the last administration either, we know. Last year alone, rents went up more than 11%, grew faster than wages. What are the short-term and long-term effects on inflation in our economy if renters see more and more of their monthly income going to housing?
Well, that will crowd out other kinds of spending, and that's the very fast increases in housing prices over the last couple of years have been very broad across the country and unsustainably high.
And that, of course, speaks to the importance of building more housing. Last question I want to ask before adjournment. We've seen cryptocurrency values collapse by some $2 trillion and markets crash over the past few weeks. Consumers losing money, workers losing jobs. The Monetary Policy Report highlighted the risks of stable coins, digital assets that aim to maintain a stable value in order to trade cryptocurrencies. Talk for a moment, if you would, about the financial stability and monetary policy risks that these assets pose, and how are stable coins different? In your answer, include how stable coins are different from the U.S. dollar, which has the full faith and credit of the United States behind it.
A stable coin is an instrument really that is backed up. There's a reserve that has securities in it that are meant to assure the value of that of let's say it's $1 stable coin. So it's meant to assure that your interest is actually worth $1. So that sounds a lot like a money market fund, for example. And the way money market funds work is they're very There's great transparency about what's in the reserve and their requirements about what must be in the reserve in order to preserve that $1 value. The world of stablecoins is new and emerging, and it doesn't have the sort of fit-for-purpose regulatory scheme that it needs to. And I think that's something you've been hearing a lot across the board from a number of federal agencies and from our own Treasury Department, which has been leading an effort to try to put in place. And many members of Congress now have proposed new frameworks for regulating stablecoins and digital assets generally, and that seems like a wise thing.
And you don't, clearly SEC, clearly CFPB, other agencies, the Fed's role in regulation of cryptocurrency, in your mind, is what?
Well, that's one of the issues, is who really does have authority over this, and that's something Congress would need to clarify. We have authority over what banks can and can't do, some banks and bank holding companies. The SEC has some jurisdiction over securities. The CFTC has relevant jurisdiction. So part of this will be sorting out, deciding what these things are and how they should be regulated. There are stablecoins that are really used in connection with the crypto trading platforms. That's most of what happens now with stablecoins, but there are also some stablecoins and even more potentially that will be used in payments broadly. So that would be two different kinds of regulation there. It's just an area where Congress and Congress is investing bandwidth and looking at proposals and something like, and that's, I think, a healthy process that should lead over time to something that has bipartisan support and puts in place appropriate regulation for the whole area.
Let me drill down for then my last question. What if Congress doesn't act on? I understand that the Commodities Future Trading Commission understand what you said about SEC. Is the Fed directly involved in any of these regulatory actions regarding cryptocurrency, absent Congress action?
We regulate banks, regulate and supervise banks. And so we have a say in what our banks, the Federal Reserve regulated banks and bank holding companies do with crypto assets on their balance sheets, what activities are permitted and that kind of thing.
Does that
of course,
suggest,
the OCC is at that table, and so is the FDIC.
Does that suggest that a number of American banks are cautious because of your oversight of them on crypto?
I mean, American banks are are now very much exploring, are there profitable opportunities to serve our customers in this new space? And of course, what we're doing is saying, let's be sure that takes place in a way that preserves and supports safety and soundness. And we've had a ongoing set of meetings and collaborations with the FDIC and the OCC. And that's ongoing, I guess, between us and the OCC. So I think that's an appropriate way to carry it forward. But it's not a substitute for what I think is it's not like it's like any other major area of innovation. Ultimately, Congress will come together to create a regulatory framework that is more fit for purpose for it, as it has in so many other cases.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair Powell. Look forward to continue working together. For senators who wish to submit questions, those questions are due 1 week from today, Wednesday, June 29th. To Chair Powell, please submit your responses to these questions for the record for no more than 45 days from the day you receive them. Thank you again for your testimony. The committee is adjourned.
Thank you.
Huh? No, I'm not talking to you, and I'm so sorry. I was just thinking out loud about a scenario that just happened already.
Committee is adjourned.
So, what's up, man?
Oh, man. They spent like the last 5 minutes talking about stablecoins and more regulation for crypto.
This Head and Shoulders finally playing out, man. Thank God.
Yeah. Man, that committee really tore up crypto, though.
That's fine. I already hit my short, so. Let's see if this 5 minute Head and Shoulder plays out, but Hourly's looking good, man. Blood Diamond finally printed. 15-minute can make one if it does. See where it's going. That would fall. It's back to 24.20. No, we're looking good. Up 184%.
So, guys, how do I sound now? Mic check 1, mic check 2.
Delete this fib now.
Hey, guys, can you hear me on Discord? Let's see.
If I do, I can expect this to come back up all the way to...
Do you know why the price was dipping on Bitcoin right there?
Yeah, the patterns that are playing out right now. No, I don't know fundamental-wise, but I know the technical.
Fundamental-wise, the committee just spent the last 5 minutes talking about regulating cryptocurrency, specifically stablecoins.
Really?
And digital assets. Bitcoin is going to be a digital asset.
Wow.
Yeah. Jerome Powell also mentioned that inflation hasn't really been happening since March, and that he doesn't really see a recession, but then he went on to say that nobody's good at predicting recessions.
Yeah. All right, we just tapped the bottom of the right shoulder. That completed. Let's see if it snaps right here, if it gets a little bounce.
So after he made that recession statement, just a fundamental warning, the SPY has a golden cross now on the hourly. Keep in mind, our last def cross on the hourly was at $412. Now we have this def cross at $373. If that SPY goes up, it's going to help pull up Bitcoin.
I'm going to pull up SPY real quick.
Yeah. On the 5 minute though, like during that meeting, it started dipping a little bit.
Yeah.
But we've just been getting so oversold on these larger time frames.
Oh yeah, SPY's tapped off. It's 200 on the weekly. Just hit it.
But yeah, Bitcoin's in this severely oversold range on the 5. It's at 2 RSI.
Oh, we got an hourly blood diamond. Thank God that helps me out. I expect to see Bitcoin hit a little reaction at 19144.5.
Oh, okay.
All right, trying to snap it right now.
Quite some. It had a big buy pressure right there at 19.87.
Yeah.
That was huge. It was a huge snap. And if you go back historically on the hourly, you have some support levels all the way back from the 19th of June for that.
Yep,
level.
that's what I was looking at. So I'm keeping my eye on that 19144.5, and then I'll be satisfied. See if I can close this trade today. 233%. Come on. Let's go.
We've had the def cross on the 4 hour since June 9th as well at 29K. Almost 30K Bitcoin during June 9th.
Yep. Come on, you're flirting with my take profit. Let's go.
If we can break that, though, we can be heading down. I still think we could go as low as 10,800 for Bitcoin. Look at the 4 hour MACD. 4 hour MACD, it looks like it's about to turn super bearish.
Let me pull that sheet up.
We're just slowly losing that bullish momentum on the 4 hour MACD, and it's about to fall down.
Look at that. It just crossed, actually.
Yeah, so it's probably going to dip right here.
Let's go. I might move my TP down. I might just put a... Nah, I'll take it out. Fuck it. I don't care. We're up 229%.
If this 4 hour plays out, though, Bitcoin could drop another $1,000.
I know. That's what I'm pumped for. Right now, it's deciding if I want to make my actual take profit, if I want to do a TP1 and TP2, if I want a full pull. I don't know yet.
Well, keep an eye on the fundamentals. So far, the fundamentals are in your favor today. Pretty bearish.
Oh, no way. I didn't.
You know what? I am going to put a TP1 and a TP2. 19702. 19702. 19702. Sorry, 19702. What's half of 2382? 2382. 1191. Okay. 1191. All right, I'm gonna half it. Finally snapped that right shoulder. Which would make us live up to
Some people in YouTube chat said they would be tempted to buy a few at that price. I don't know. But yeah, right there at that 19.84, people just keep buying Bitcoin right there. $100 cheaper than right here. But that's a good support level from the hourly back almost a week ago. More than a week ago.
Bitcoin does not have to come up far to complete a 15-minute head and shoulder as well. Not at all.
We're very far below that 1 hour moving average as well. Let's see the price right there.
Give me 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
It's back above 20K.
Right here, 3%. At where people started buying right there, that's about 3% to 4% under the moving average. But definitely, if you're in a winning trade, it's good to move that take profit, especially when the parabolic SER shows that you're downtrading and you're in a short. It's good to keep moving that as you go. Yeah, we have this inflation issue in the United States. I think on the 5 minute, like after right here, that resistance today, we had resistance today around 20,900. We just started dipping. Now we have some support around 19.84. It's a little bit tricky situation the guy's in. I can tell his leverage is a little bit high. And we're starting to lose this bearish momentum as well on the short time frame. So even though we have room to go lower, it could rise up in the short time, knock him out of his position, trigger his take profit or stop loss before coming down even lower towards that 10,000 price range. That's a possibility. We do have a lot of regulations in the financial space. And because of those regulations, it does help get a lot more money into the stock market. A lot of older people will not invest in cryptocurrency without regulation. And I'm telling you guys, I promise you, we have more regulation, you'll see more money in crypto. It sounds bad, I know, but you'll have more people into crypto. And some of the values of crypto are about transparency as well, right? It's a digital ledger, you have it on the blockchain, and we have more regulations, you'll have a lot less scammy projects. Like what happened with Luna, you'll have a lot less projects that are designed just to take investors' monies and run. So we need regulation in crypto.
Yeah, I agree. I've talked to a lot of people, and that's why they don't want to get into it.
Dude, on a short time frame, Bitcoin's getting a lot of buy pressure because we were oversold on that 5 minute. And when we were at 2 RSI, like that was that sweet spot. People started buying in. But ultimately on the 4 hour, we're set for like a downtrend. And it's very rare that the 4 hour is wrong. It's just that sometimes we can get a pump up before going down. SPY is slowly getting a little bit of traction here as well. It's losing bearish momentum. It was also in that oversold, but not completely oversold like Bitcoin was. I need a good Elon tweet so we can get into a take profit zone again for Doge. I made a video earlier about Doge, how we have room to go to 21.45 before being overbought on the daily. And Doge already visited the oversold on the daily. And we started getting this bullish momentum.
Some coins have some RSIs that are so low on the daily that you can have a lot of room to go up, right?
Right.
Bitcoin, to me, did an all-time low on the RSI indicator. It's just never went that low in its history. Which I guess makes sense. If it never knew a recession and we're like getting into one, then it makes sense to have all the indicators go into low discovery.
Yeah. And people forget about opportunity, right? It sounds dumb to sell your Bitcoin at 20,000. But what can you buy with that 20,000, right? If there's a housing market crash, if there's a stock crash, what can you buy with that money that could grow in value as well, right? Some people have to sell. We know why they have to sell. They over-leveraged. A lot of traders do it. A lot of traders. I tell people, just use small bags for futures trading. Don't use the whole bag. Use small bags. It's better to liquidate a small bag, right? Than to liquidate your whole bag. You liquidate your whole bag, you're done trading.
Careful about the death by 100 cuts thingy though, because even if it's little bags, if you lose 100 times little bags, it can add up in the end.
I'm going to put it into perspective. If you're getting cut 100 times, you're definitely not following your rules or your strategies, and you're trying to make too many trades in a quick time frame. And if you know, you're not supposed to get 100 cuts if you're following the rules as well. If you know that we're going to be dipping on the long-term catalyst, just wait until the dip's over. Don't try to time the bottom and you'll get less cuts, right? Wait until it's a clear sign of recovery. A lot of people are not doing that. They're trying to still time the bottom when we're not even at the bottom. Have you ever been in the bottom of a swimming pool that is 20 feet deep?
Sorry, I'm back, guys. My bad.
If you go to the bottom of a swimming pool that's 20 feet deep, you can kick up from the bottom. It's very easy to kick off the bottom. But if you try to time it and you're not touching the bottom when you kick, you may drown. So people that try to time the bottom, yeah, they get killed by 100 cuts. I'd rather have 100 cuts, 1% stop loss, than lose everything on one big bag.
Yeah,
what you're saying sounds like my damn nightmare I had last night, dude. Whew, gosh.
And look, if you divide it, right? You divide your bag. Say if you have $100,000. Use 1% for every bag, and then that means you can do over 1,000 cuts, right? You have more sustainability. And then take those profits from those small bags and put them somewhere safe. You can also hedge your bet, right? I did this the other day. It worked beautiful. I shorted BNB while longing Doge. Ultimately, Doge was negative. BNB was positive. I did close the trade. I posted on announcements on Discord. I walked away over 100% on the BNB trade. And right after Doge was finally in the positive, it was up 30%, right? So, you can hedge your bets as well. One bag hedge, one bag your position.
Definitely a good idea.
But don't kick until you know you are at the absolute bottom. If you cannot feel the bottom, you're not at the bottom. I promise you, you are going to know when we are at the very bottom of crypto. Everybody is going to be talking about it. If people are saying, what if? Oh, we could be. I promise you, you're not there yet. But I do understand people want to make these scalps before we even get to the bottom because it's very, very entertaining. But the guy shorting on Discord, he's already lost maybe at least another 10-20% on his position since Bitcoin started pumping up. It went as high as 20, like we were oversold we had 2 RSI. Usually I would close positions when we're that low RSI.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. What's your position value now?
I am at 175%.
Yeah.
Looking for this this right shoulder that actually just damn near formed for the 15-minute time frame as well.
All right.
I was expecting this. I was just going to ride through it though.
It's a bigger time frame play, I guess.
And Heartgrove says straight TA, please. I'll give you some straight TA. Like this is a Bitcoin chart. This is a 5-minute. We're gonna put it on 4-hour though. 4-hour MACD. It's about to cross over super bearish. We're losing that bullish momentum. But if we get completely oversold again, yes, Bitcoin has room to dip. Bitcoin has room to go back under that $18,000. I think that's what the guy's hoping that's shorting it. But the problem is, for his position, and since he's using leverage, because you can't really short a coin without leverage, is this 5-minute chart right here. We were at 2 RSI. I pointed it out, 2 RSI. Probably going to bounce up after that. So, he can hold his position as long as it doesn't bounce above his entry. If it starts bouncing above his entry, then not only did he fail to take profits, but then he's holding the trade longer. And some people would close it and then put an entry again at their same entry so they could get 2 scalps in, right? Because if Bitcoin does start getting some buying sentiment here, then it would counter a lot of shorts. And that's what we saw right here. A lot of people just started buying Bitcoin. Just started buying Bitcoin at 19,800 at this nice, beautiful support level. I'll draw this line for you guys. So keep in mind we're still in the buy block and Bitcoin hit a support level. So definitely a lot of people dollar cost averaging are going to dollar cost average on multiple support levels. And this happened to be one of them at 19.85 and some change. And we're already up over $600 per Bitcoin. And Parabolic SAR is uptrending on the 5-minute. So people started going long here or started spot trading, holding. I had a dream last night. It's a very, very vivid dream. And Bitcoin was over $58,000 from $20,000 in a matter of seconds. Now, how can something like that happen? Well, there's one day possible catalyst of not enough Bitcoin on the exchanges, right? We've been noticing people buy Bitcoin and move it to their hard wallets. Well, what happens when people want to buy Bitcoin and there's no more on the exchanges? If the spot trading price goes from 20,000 to 30,000 in 1 second, I promise you that futures trading price is going to be messed up even further, and that futures could go up to 50,000. So it's a very dangerous game playing with leverage. And you have to keep an eye about how much Bitcoin's on these exchanges, really. And this is why we need more regulation. We need regulations so people can see, hey, Binance has this much Bitcoin. Hey, KuCoin has this much Bitcoin, right? We need to know that information, because what if they're lying and they're naked selling you crypto? If they're naked selling you crypto and then you start withdrawing crypto, then their exchanges run out of crypto and then people cannot cash out in the future. There's probably some exchanges that do that are very dirty. It's very easy to do with the perpetual contracts because they're not really backing it with crypto. But man, anytime we get completely oversold on the 5-minute, there's usually a small bounce up. Unless we're like straight spiraling down, which we were not. We were slowly coming down. If we were coming down really fast, like very steep, giant candles, yeah, don't buy. Don't catch the falling knife. But this was not a falling knife. It was a gradual downtrend after being overbought. So that was a natural downtrend. See, right here. 92 RSI, overbought. Come down here, oversold. So expect it to go back up. And it could climb back up all the way to $20,800, $20,900 before being overbought again on 5 minutes. What was your entry on that long? I meant your short position.
Short entry is 20,807.
Yeah, see? So he could have taken profits, right? And then he could have entered another short if we went back up to 20,800. If Bitcoin's doing these nice waves, you typically don't want to hold that position. If it's not doing waves and it's slowly downturning and then has small bumps like this, sure, keep it. But if we're doing nice waves like this, whoo. Look at last time we were oversold as well in the 5 minutes.
But he managed to catch a nice entry that, why retake the risk?
What risk is he taking by taking profits? Look, he took a beautiful entry, right?
He's not letting it run enough,
But look, last time we were oversold, about the same RSI, right? That was earlier today. The price whipped down to 19,950. Then it had huge buy pressure. And then it came back up. So I think we are slowly getting these higher highs on the 5 minutes as well. So it's very dangerous for him to keep the short open a long time.
Definitely it's dangerous, but the idea of that short was a setup with a entry point and take profit area, and while it didn't get it. So as long as Bitcoin is below 20,800, I think he's gonna stay in his short. But I don't know. We'll see what's your plan.
Look here, it happened again earlier. Here's another candle. Here, I'll share on Discord my stream. Right here, it happened again at the 14:15 candle on June 20th. It was oversold on the 5 minutes, and then went to overbought. Oversold, overbought. But it just kept climbing higher. That's when it went to 21K. If it follows any of those trends, we could probably get the price climbing again.
I'm going to let the 5 minute ride. I made this trade on the hourly.
If you're making the trade on the hourly, that hourly RSI definitely has more room to go down even further. But man,
so I'm gonna stick to that hourly, and I'm watching this 15 and 5. That right shoulder just got created. If you look at that 5, that rejection candle, I think you're on Hike and Ashley, but if you go to regular candles, you can see just got rejected where that right shoulder should be. So we'll see what happens here.
The problem is that 5, it's within your entry zone as well. And multiple people have taken profits there.
Oh, yeah.
What's your liquidation price?
Liquidation is all the way up out 21124.
Stop loss though before that. So
what's the would you adjust your stop loss if we keep going up faster on the 5 minute so that you can secure?
Oh no, you have no stop loss. Sorry.
Would you secure at least 50% profits? What's the least amount of profits you would be willing to secure if we were riding up towards your entry? Because if we're truly riding up towards your entry and you believe in the trade, right, you could enter again if you take 50% profits.
So 50 is actually, it's funny you say that's my minimum I'll take, 50.
All right. Because I'm looking at the hourly, and I can count at least 10 candles that would hit your liquidation price on the hourly from the last 10 hours. We go back to the last 24 hours. Oh my God. Scary.
we're gonna we're gonna influence his trade, Tame though.
We're not influencing. He already has it. I was asking him. I want to understand his mindset. I want to know the lowest he would take, and he already told me he had 50%. I didn't make him change it to 50. He already had it at 50. I was just guessing to see what type of trader he is, to see how he's minimizing his risk.
Think about, I got 120% to play with to take minimum profits. I'm about 171. Minimum I'll take is 50. It's fine.
I know, but I think this bear market has made you forget one giant fact when it comes to crypto, and that is when Bitcoin pumps, it pumps fast.
Oh yeah, I got my buy actually. I got my buy set. Remember, I was talking about that earlier. Right. I got my buy set and waiting for it, but I think it'll fall just a little bit farther before I hit that buy.
So we're not overbought yet on the 5 minute as well. Very scary situation. We're only at 42 points for my configuration, and look at the 5 minute MACD, buddy. Not only are we losing bearish momentum on the 5 minute MACD, but the golden line is about to cross up above. And if that happens, Bitcoin could go up above your entry.
Yeah, good. I'll sit on it.
So,
I like it.
Is there a trade that you could do? Is there a trade you could hedge against your bet to protect yourself?
Well, I would have already missed my entry to hedge against myself.
No, you wouldn't. This is halfway point.
Where I would have liked to enter is at the bottom of this right shoulder where it connected. That's where I would have wanted to enter.
So let me explain a strategy I use to hedge against my Bitcoin shorts, and it works very well most of the time. To hedge against a Bitcoin short, you would do a Dogecoin long, a little bit lower leverage, and if Bitcoin is dipping, but then Elon Musk tweets, your bet is super hedged.
Mm-hmm.
And you can use less capital and just help protect some of your losses that way.
I like the hedge ideas.
I just do it on the same coin.
Well, if you do that, you'll close out your other trade.
No, you don't.
No, it depends.
On my exchange, I don't. Phoenix, if I place a long right now with a short, it'll close it out.
Even if it's different coins?
No, different coins is fine. I was talking to Zeus. He said he does the same coin.
Oh, you can do the same coin if you do 2 exchanges.
Yeah, or sub accounts, same thing. Yeah.
Or you can do the margin. You do 1 margin, 1 futures. But man, when Luna was crashing, I saw the price like 7 times different at one point. The price was 700% higher on futures than spot trading at one point. So look at this. If you long Doge right here with a little bit lower capital and Bitcoin keeps rising, you can take those profits on your Doge at that 50% level as well. You close both trades at the same time or keep the Doge long open.
So I'm going to let this ride go. That's all I'm going to do. It'll come back down. It's just a matter of time. And I'm expecting these pumps like you're talking about, these on the 5 minute chart. Oh yeah, 100%. But I'm going to stick to this hourly until it wicks down to where I want it to.
If you're going to do hourly, so you entered at the hourly, right? Why did you enter at such a low price on the hourly?
That was the right shoulder.
You entered at the shoulder?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so for you guys out there on YouTube watching this, the inverse head and shoulder, that Tesla symbol, whatever you guys want to call it, he entered right here. And after he entered, we had a parabolic SAR downtrending, and then we started getting that bearish momentum. So in the hourly, it's not a bad trade, just on the short time frames, 5 minutes. It's very dangerous. It could wick him up. If he entered before the shoulder, it would not be as risky. I feel like this was the shoulder. At 21.6, like this looks more like a shoulder.
So
and this looks like the shoulder was invalidated right here when it did that last pump.
That was the right shoulder to me. The left one is that little teeny double top before it broke and didn't respect it. So I'm looking smaller. I'm looking at if you look at your white line. So when you don't have it drawn so far left.
The white is the support line.
Yeah. So the little bit more to the left when it touched before, where your white line's not drawn, your support line. If you drag it a little bit more left, I count that as a first touch. The one where it's at right now, where you first started it, is a second touch. That's the left shoulder. This is the head. Now it's forming the right shoulder for me.
So right here, I zoomed in for you.
Mm-hmm. So that just closed the right shoulder for me. That candle.
The only problem with his trade, though, YouTube, I'm not talking about he made a bad decision. The force that affected his trade is this support line. People just started buying and longing Bitcoin right here. If this wasn't a support line, price could be lower, but this was a big support for the Bitcoin right here. What he would like to see, we would need to bounce off the support multiple times. The more you bounce off of the support, the higher chance you have of breaking through it and then going down even further. On this hourly RSI, we were kind of overbought as well in his entry. Not completely overbought, but in the overbought range. A fundamental catalyst that he has is that a lot of people are longing Bitcoin on leverage, and as more people get liquidated, price goes down further.
So does that psychological 20K number?
No, it's not 20K, it's 19.84. But 20K number is a big psychological number because that's like 20% from all-time high this year. A little bit.
To me, this is pretty easy. As each time Bitcoin goes above 20K, I'll just long it, and each time it goes slightly below 20K, I'll cut my losses. Until it's unable to go above 20K.
Yeah.
Or it shoots up and never comes back down to 20K.
When you get more people telling you that it's crashing further down when we get like 18K, you find that we get to a lot of support levels and the price just starts coming back up. God, Richard Hart looks like a weirdo without a beard. Jesus Christ. Gee, I cannot... What the fuck? I'm going to have bad dreams tonight. I hope this is a filter.
Bro, the beard helps, let me tell you that.
Jesus Christ, a beard is a powerful thing. I'm not even going to say anything, though. I look ugly without a beard, too. That's why I quit shaving.
I'm gonna make a change of my beard. I'm gonna leave the bottom part a bit thick, and then the top part I'm gonna shave it off. Otherwise, it make my face look fat. So I don't want that.
I think a fat face is good, though. If you have a fat face, you look younger.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn.
Man, this 5-minute chart is about to turn super bullish for this MACD on Bitcoin.
Yeah, and we have like a 15-minute ABC bottom that lines up with a much bigger time frame ABC bottom from 15 June. Could work, could not work, but...
Actually, one of my viewers tagged me on Twitter. He entered a long at 19.9K. He's already up 100% profit. 112%.
Finally got a death cross in the 5-minute.
You have a death cross on the 5-minute? Mine didn't pop up.
Yeah.
It popped up earlier, but that's already played out. We had low RSI after the death cross. So
Yeah. No, I was just saying, but this, I mean, I'm still sticking to this trade. I'm just saying I saw that cross.
Yeah, but we had the death cross, right? But after death cross, we're oversold. So that's when you get out of the trade, when you're oversold if you're shorting. I just feel like it's going to go back to your entry price, and you missed out on the second trade.
It's all right. I'm gonna stick with it.
Personally, I think we're gonna put a higher high on BTC above 21.
Bitcoin slowly getting higher highs as well.
And then crash down.
Mostly Bitcoin was dipping again because of what happened with Celsius and Luna. But Luna, that's already done. Celsius is still working its kinks out, but I'm in a Celsius short as well. Posted some funny memes this week. Oh yeah, that 20K. A lot of people on social media at 20K. Exactly 11 years ago, Bitcoin was worth 1 penny as well. So take that into consideration. A lot of people buying Bitcoin at 20K. I don't know. I feel like we're about 50% from all-time high. Almost. From, not all-time high, but the 40K region. That 40K region was legit. 40K to 50K. After we got to 50K, oh my god, they started talking about ETFs for Bitcoin. But a fundamental catalyst that goes in favor of the people shorting, there's now an ETF for shorting Bitcoin as well. I would hate to give my money to a hedge fund manager to short Bitcoin. I would not sleep at night.
Didn't they put like a long ETF on Bitcoin at like 60,000?
Yeah, we had Bitcoin at 69K, I think, on some exchanges, but it wasn't like too much volume at that level.
And they just now said the short ETF, right?
Yeah. Isn't
Jeez.
it? I mean, they're not obviously going to short it from the bottom, right?
Yeah, I hope not. I would be pissed.
I mean, what's the most they'll get if it goes from here to 10,000?
Percentage-wise?
It's 2 times, and then 2 times whatever leverage they use.
Yeah, I'd be around like 46%, 45%.
The difference between now and then, we have a possible recession. I'm going to call it a recession. Jerome Powell says he doesn't see the recession, though. I'm not getting paid to tell you guys this, though, so I can say whatever the fuck I want to. The difference between me and Jerome Powell, he's getting paid, I'm not getting paid, so I can tell you that I believe we're in a recession. He cannot tell you that he believes we're in a recession. His bosses would not like that. They want to keep as much positive attitude. But here's a tricky thing about a Bitcoin short ETF. What happens if they run out of Bitcoin to short, right?
Shit goes up.
Shorting is not great for a lot of things.
Yeah, they can't short sell crypto like they can stock. They can't make it up out of thin air.
They can.
How so?
They can do it until they get caught, and then they just make another company.
Oh, you mean trading the numbers, basically?
Perpetual contracts, right?
Right.
Until we have regulation that shows that they have to prove that they have this amount, they can't do it.
Right. I do think we're already in a recession. It just hasn't hit the markets, as it were, yet.
I think we're almost at the end of it.
No, it'll hit us. We'll start seeing signs in July. The closer we get to August and October, the closer we'll start to see some fireworks happen. There's countries in Europe who are already teetering on the edge, and other parts of the world are already about to tip over.
You say October?
Yeah, sometime in August and October.
This year?
This year, yeah. I think a lot of it. I think a lot of it is tied to real estate, and real estate numbers have been, the cost of it has been going down. So everybody who bought these houses at a premium are gonna, you know, get fucked.
Man,
on
I've
that.
been thinking, will anybody in crypto that might be buy at the right time, it might come out of this whole negative situation in the other side with like more money at the perfect market to buy houses.
Yeah, You know,
It would
I'm
be
not
like
gonna
a
lie.
crazy coincidence, man.
I'm not gonna lie. I was kind of laughing or smirking when people were saying, or kind of laughing at crypto losing 2 trillion. Meanwhile, the 401ks were down 3 trillion and expected to lose 2 to 4 more over the next few months.
Bro, can you imagine if the peak of crypto is at the lows of the house market? How crazy would that be?
Uh,
Oh, guys, Binance US has free trading on Bitcoin pairs for Bitcoin USD, Bitcoin USDT, Bitcoin USDC, and Bitcoin BUSD. So I guess a lot of people are scalping Bitcoin since the trading fee is free right now.
shit, I would.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm trying to do right now.
This is great. Can they add a Bitcoin Doge pair? Come on.
On Binance? I don't see why not.
I commented, can you add Bitcoin Doge pair to this $0 fee? Come on.
Oh, okay.
Do it for everything, Binance.
Yeah, they should.
So if you're doing KuCoin right now, you're getting you're paying a lot of fees for these futures. If you're doing the Binance with the trading bot Bitcoin pair, woo, maybe that's going to be my trading video now. I put an announcements channel. That's that's actually pretty good for a trading bot if you're paying 0 fee every transaction. And that means you can just do the ultimate scalper mode and do tons of transactions. If you don't have to pay that trading fee, oh my god, it takes, because trading fee was a big cut if you're doing like super small trades. All right, YouTube chat has it right. Space 8, 5-minute MACD's crossing is about to cross up. I see we're gaining that first bullish momentum on the 5-minute. There we go. 5-minute parabolic S there is uptrending as well. We've been uptrending for 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35 minutes, and we're still not overbought. I think Bitcoin has room to go to that $20,900 range before being overbought in the 5 minutes. Guys, I'm telling you, free. If it's free to trade Bitcoin right now on these trading pairs on Binance, that's going to drive more trading volume. Generally, when you have more trading volume on, people want the Bitcoin pair as well, right? So they're going to buy more Bitcoin. This could drive the price of Bitcoin up even further. Keep that in mind if you're shorting Bitcoin right now. And that was only 1 hour ago tweet. Once people get off work and see that, oh my god. Once the trading bots get in, we could probably see a 10% price increase in Bitcoin. Yeah, it's only like 1 hour ago that they posted this information. Well, an hour was a retweet and then 2 hours. Once the stock market closes today, people will probably take more of that money and put it into Bitcoin trading pairs. Citibank. Earlier, there's news about Citibank as well, launching Bitcoin custody services for institutional investors. HETS has been trending on Twitter as well. So many. Oh my god.
The current price of Hex.
Let's see. It's around 4.1 cents right now. There's a calculator. Let's see, which calculator do I want to use? Liquidity? But there's like 153 million coins that were around 4 cents. I'm trying to get the calculator. If you look at the logarithmic regression chart for HETS, we kind of broke underneath, but it's starting to head back up. And that higher band is around $1.21 up. So, I like this chart. It's a great website for looking to HETS. Up on the Discord. So HETS is actually below the price when I mentioned it first last year. After I mentioned HETS for the first time last year, ultimately it went up 10 times, and now we're back underneath the price.
Looks like DOGE is still doing better than Hex.
Let's see. Kind of.
I still think DOGE is going to make it to $1 before Hex will.
So do I.
No.
Yeah.
No. I'll explain why, okay? To get HETS to $1 would take less money than getting DOGE to $1. That's fact number 1. Fact number 2. Every time there's one of these crypto projects by Richard Hart, there's this mechanism he uses which forces people to send a lot of their HETS to get in early on these projects. And then 3, we have Pulse Chain coming out. Pulse Chain will make it cheaper to buy HETS.
Yeah, Pulse Chain is late though, aren't they?
Pulse Chain is late.
Should have been out like 2 months ago from what Richard Hart was saying.
Yeah.
Should have been out already.
Should have been out earlier this year before things went to hell.
A lot of people are happy it's not out yet because of the bear market.
That's probably why he didn't put it out.
Possibly. I mean, the bear market's not going anywhere anytime soon. Meaning we're going to be looking at stuff like this for cryptos. I'm not so sure. Stocks for about a year.
Everybody that sacrificed their crypto for the Pulse Chain, though, the price of crypto is pretty high during that sacrifice period. So, it's almost like a lot of people were saved from themselves. If they would have just held that crypto, their portfolio would have been down a ton. If we look at this liquidity chart for HETS, liquidity has slowly been increasing. Uniswap version 3 has over $17 million. Uniswap version 2 is about $1.3 million. The bid versus the ask is people that want to buy is about 12.5 million. The people who want to sell is about 6.3 million. So it's almost double the people want to buy rather than the people want to sell with these orders for HETS. And the big token pair that people use the most for HETS is HETS USDC trading pair. That's about 79%. Even though Hetz is down 4 cents, I'm still up in profit for my stake already though.
Nice.
Because it's like 38%, so I'm still up in profit for this. Anybody that started a stake last year, June, they're up in profit if they staked enough where the gas fees doesn't matter. But also at the same time right now, the gas fees are absolutely low compared to last year. Do you really think Hetz will get to $1, Drew? Do you think it'll get there?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's going to take a little bit of time. I think Doge and Hex, probably, I'm looking at Gala, Doge, and Hex to run neck and neck, kind of.
I like Gala, but it scares me.
Yeah, right now, I'm scalping Ape still a little bit here and there. That's kind of my favorite scalp lately is Ape.
I think Gala could break.
Yeah, I haven't been keeping up to date with all the fundamentals coming out with Gala or anything, but
I think it could break because of how they issue the tokens and everything. I think the supply could increase.
I kind of like this Ape DAO. They seem to be transparent. Everything, seems to be out in the open. Decisions are being made. Their democracy seems to be working so far. Doesn't mean it's immune to Bitcoin's price. I'm still thinking Bitcoin might visit and do like a little flash crash towards 6,800, 6,900. So I think Ape could even go to $1. I also think Ape could go to $100.
Real, that's really true statement. $90, $100.
Someone commented on my post. I made a post on, let's see. I put this post on YouTube, this Dogecoin meme with me holding Luna and Celsius bars like for a snack. The person says, you're going to get people wrecked with the Dogecoin meme pump and dump. Jesus. The reason why Doge does so well is because it's its own blockchain. People don't mint tokens out of thin air. They actually have to mine their tokens.
The only thing you were missing was the Terra snack bar.
I did Luna, but yeah, I need Terra also.
And maybe pretty soon throw a USDD Tron on top.
UST.
A USDD, a Tron stablecoin.
Jesus.
That might collapse too.
God, Richard, why did he shave his beard?
Want to look more trustworthy, like a news anchor.
But guys, let's talk a minute. The guy that was on voice chat, he's shorting Bitcoin, right? There's people in the opposite direction of him. There's people like Richard Hart, who he doesn't really disclose his Bitcoin positions, but maybe people like Richard are not going to ever touch futures trading, right? You limit your risk. If you're spot trading, you don't get liquidate. But then you have people like Sailor. Sailor could be longing Bitcoin. Technically it's longing because he's using money he doesn't have. And he's going to hold his trade. He's going to hold his trade to his conviction even though the price is down over half. He entered at 45,000 for the last time for Bitcoin. Actually, the average price of the Bitcoin Sailor has is over $30,000. So imagine you've been dollar cost averaging and you claim to be the expert in Bitcoin, but you dollar cost average at a price much higher than current price. You're going to feel bad, right? But it's not really his money. He's going to be able to hold through his conventions, and he's going to hold that Bitcoin until he gets liquidated or until he's in a profit. For me personally, I would like MicroStrategy more if they were scalpers. If they didn't just buy and hold. is they realized the trends and were able to take profits. I think that would make the company more profit than just holding. I hope somebody directs that in the interview with them one day. On this short time frame, the MACD is flipping and Bitcoin is climbing up here. All of you guys who enter that long when we're oversold, you're in profits. You're going to be in more profits when we get to $20,300 right here. There we are, $20,300. Hit it right there, smack on the dime. Got kind of a big wick. People took profits right there. Let's show you the chart. Look at this big wick on Bitcoin. People took profits right there. And the guy that was longing, Bitcoin, he sent me a screenshot over 112%. He's up higher right now. If people were shorting Bitcoin earlier and wanted to hedge their bet, one of the best coins to hedge a Bitcoin short is a Dogecoin long. Called Doge may follow Bitcoin. If Doge goes up, then you minimize your losses. But we're at 20,300 now. I think we're still climbing here. That Federal Reserve talked about regulation, but they didn't really say crypto is bad. More regulation will bring more money into crypto. More money means more market caps for some of these smaller cryptos as well. Obviously, the cryptos that are a scam will die out, which is no problem for people like me. I don't really trade too many cryptos. And I stay away from swaps for the most part as well. Dino Crypto says companies that big don't scalp, like having Berkshire Hathaway scalp. Facepalm. Berkshire Hathaway scalps. What are you talking about, Dino Crypto? They buy and sell real estate all the time. They don't just buy and hold real estate. They actually sell for profits as well. They rent out their properties as well. They don't just buy and hold real estate. If you have no cash flow, your business isn't going to succeed. If you just have to keep taking out loans year after year and then eventually you don't have cash flow to pay your employees, it's going to fail. Bitcoin's breaking here. We hit that 20,300. We're just going to keep climbing now. We're definitely going to make our way to $20,900. I think the guy that was shorting, he'll probably end up taking that profit at the 50% range. Be out of the trade. He may be able to re-enter again at another top today. But this is the huge buy volume for Bitcoin. Look at this candle right here. 669 on the 5 minute. Huge. 824 was our first big one. We broke around 23,500. Are you still in that Bitcoin short, or did you end up with the 50% take profit triggered? Or what price is that 50% take profit triggered? Is my mic muted? Might check one, might check two.
It works.
Okay. I'm trying to guess his price of where that 50% would be. If I knew the leverage, I could calculate it. But that's the danger of taking out a short position when they lower time frames so that you're turning bullish, regardless of the longer time frame saying that you're bearish. He had a great opportunity to secure over 100% profits already. Almost, he had 200% profits right here. The moment I mentioned that we were oversold, completely oversold. Great opportunity to secure 200%. And then if we do rise back up and he still believes in that hourly trade, he could enter another short. But as I say, trade what you see, not what you think. Trading what you see can help you get in and out of trades a lot faster, help you secure those profits. Someone says, when do I see 8 cent Doge? I don't know the exact day we'll have 8 cents Doge, Daniel, but I can give you like some prediction on what time frame will be overbought if we have 8 cent Doge. The guy in YouTube chat's mad because I mentioned that Berkshire Hathaway scalps real estate. They literally buy, they sell real estate for profits. It doesn't mean they scalp stocks. It doesn't mean they scalp crypto. It doesn't mean they scalp baby formula. It doesn't mean they scalp commodities. They scalp real estate. And if you're saying that the term scalping cannot be applied to real estate, then you're probably against free speech. It can be applied to real estate.
It has a different timeline.
I want him to show me proof that they don't scalp real estate. Show me that they
Scalp?
only buy real estate and never sell. I would be very interested to see how they
Scalping
survive.
in real estate is if you can buy a house and sell it within a month is effectively scalping.
There's no company out there that only buys real estate that just buys it and holds it without renting or selling it. They have to do one or the other. If they're just buying and holding it, they're not going to have cash flow.
Well, what they do is they buy it, they rent it, and they mortgage against it and then play the stocks with the mortgaged money.
Oh, yeah. He said that I started talking about MicroStrategy, that they would make more money scalping than buying and holding. They would! MicroStrategy would make way more money buying and selling rather than just buying and holding.
I would say tell that to BlackRock because most of their revenue is in real estate. They buy...
They rent it, though.
They rent it, yes, they rent it. And then they mortgage the outfits and then they play the stocks. They buy back their own stock with the extra money.
He says big companies don't scalp and contest stocks or crypto. What are you talking about? Big companies don't.
They do that all the time. That's why we're able to follow the fucking pattern.
The biggest companies do that, Dino Crypto. The largest companies in the world are the companies buying and selling these stocks in crypto.
Yeah, Google does that to their own stock as well.
The largest companies, the hedge funds. You have companies with trillions of dollars of capital that are just buying and selling, moving the market.
The Fed, for one.
If you think that the economy is only moved by retail traders, you're wrong. Large companies are made just to design to buy and sell stocks, buy and sell crypto, buy and sell real estate.
If this were the 1920s, that may be true.
Do you really believe that Michael Saylor is making more money by buying and holding his Bitcoin when every time he buys is at a high price and his dollar cost averaging is much higher than the current price?
Just tell them about the gold, man. People buy and talk about gold all the time for hard times, but the price of it never really goes up in comparison to other things because all people ever do is buy it and put it in a safe. And because it's not being bought and sold as much, the price very rarely ever moves much.
Saylor's actually losing on opportunities by not buying and selling the Bitcoin. It's a disaster if you ask me. Because the last time he bought and tweets, why would he tweet that he bought? What's his reasoning, right? Is he trying to pump up the price? Or is he trying to tell people, hey, look, I'm the expert in technical analysis. I'm buying when we're completely overbought in the RSI. The price may dip, but I'm holding it.
I think his tracker might show that he could even be being slick and having people buy his sells, and he could be dumping on a secret stash that nobody knows about.
So he's playing the spread, but on the heavy side of the short.
Something like that.
I think he got played. I think Michael Saylor got played. The people that loaned him the money, they're like, hey, you have to borrow the money here, or we're not going to do it. And to borrow the money, you have to buy our Bitcoin. So I think he got Bitcoin dumped on him by somebody. And he thought he was getting a good deal because he bought it with borrowed money.
Yeah, and that's how you get fucked, though, is if you lose your borrowed money.
Because if he just borrowed the money, right, why would he buy it on that day? Why not wait until a bigger dip?
Probably because they forced him to sign a contract to say you have to buy within 14 days or some shit.
Yeah, maybe he had to buy their Bitcoin, and the people that made him buy their Bitcoin for the loan, they knew the price was going to drop. He probably knew the price was going to drop too, but he
like
wanted that loan.
Probably because they were going to dump it anyway, and they were using him as the guy to bet on the other side, effectively.
Because he's down over 200% on his last position for those, and that is one of their bigger loans as well.
That's actually a common textbook hedge fund rule, man. They do that shit.
Like, hey, you want to borrow our money? Well, you have to buy this asset. You're going to buy this asset anyways, right?
Yeah, they normally prescribe a time period too when you have to do it.
But this is why you should not invest in their stock. You should do your own research, right? Would you invest in MicroStrategy or would you buy your own Bitcoin? Dino Crypto, do you believe you can pick bottoms better than Michael Saylor? I think almost any trader can predict better bottoms than Michael Saylor. Like, is there anybody in this Discord that went balls deep into Bitcoin on that $45,000 pump up?
Fuck no.
Nope.
Last time I bought Bitcoin was like 2018, 2017.
The reason why we're having this short-term pump is because 2 hours ago, Binance started allowing free trading pair for Bitcoin stablecoin pairs.
Yeah, it allows for more flow into the market.
Let's just do a vote real quick. Let's see if you guys can predict the bottom better than Michael Saylor. A man who's been in Bitcoin for years, but dollar cost average is still well above 30,000 per Bitcoin. He's known about Bitcoin since the price whipped down to 3,000, but his dollar cost average is still above 30,000. So,
you think he's just trying to write off a loss or something?
How do you write off a loss for that?
Same thing as taking a trade. If you take it out, it counts as a loss, right?
The trade implies that you sell.
Well, true, he hasn't sold yet, but...
So here's what some companies are trying to do. They're trying to count Bitcoin as an asset, and then if their asset goes down in value, they're trying to write that off. I think it's wrong. I don't think you should be taxed on your Bitcoin if it appreciates, and I don't think you should be able to write it off if it depreciates. The taxes should only come in after you make the trades.
Yeah, this goes back to the SEC, whether they can define what the hell a crypto is.
So far, a majority, 60% of the viewers vote that they predict the bottom better than Michael Saylor. Yeah. This is why I say they would make more money. It's very obvious.
I mean, he has an unrealized loss of more than $1 billion. Or MicroStrategy does. So that's the thing. We don't know what he's doing privately.
Yeah, that's the real big thing is how much money does he have on the side in other aspects, but involved with crypto nonetheless. Because he could have more than one account. He could have that one account that's just long on Bitcoin. Meanwhile, he's got 2 or 3 accounts that are short on Bitcoin.
Yeah, I mean, he could have big bags on KuCoin that nobody knows about.
Yeah, I mean, shit, he could be up 1,000% right now. He could have shorted from 69, you know. I wonder if those guys are still holding from 69.
He did lose $6 billion in around the .com bubble, so he's kind of old school. He's been through some wreckage before.
Hey man, that's a write-off, is what that is. Yeah. Don't have to pay taxes for a long time,
right?
You also don't have to pay taxes when your company goes completely bankrupt.
Yeah. But you know, he's got a name and people are willing to give him money to try his shit out.
Look at their stock.
He definitely looks like he aged a lot more in his last few interviews.
Shit, I think everybody in the world did.
The stress is real.
Look at the stock going from $1,200, $1,200 down to 176.
Man, that's rough.
I'm talking about is 1,200 last year, 2021. Your stock goes down like 90% in value almost.
So now he has to commit more funds, right, to avoid his margin call, basically. Because he's still on a margin call. $205 million loan from Silvergate.
People do weird things when they play with other people's money.
Oh, fuck yeah. That's why when the recessions and shit happen in the economy, 401ks are the first thing to disappear because that's what the hedge funds play with. And that's why 401ks are down 2 to 3 trillion right now, and it's soon to go down more because it's all put into real estate.
See, the other thing is if you're securing loans, like, see, MicroStrategy, if they put some of their Bitcoin, that's what they posted as collateral for the books of Silvergate. And if they're doing that, and if they're thinking, if it's just on the amount of Bitcoin, not the value of the Bitcoin, they could be preparing a nosedive and just saying, okay, well, you have the collateral, take the collateral, even though Bitcoin's not going to be worth anything. I don't know. There's so many weird games.
No, Drew, they can't do that. You want me to tell you why, Drew?
Why's that?
They use 4 times the Bitcoin on the loans as collateral. So if they borrow $800 million, they gave them $200 million. They gave them $1.6 billion. So they have to give them 4 times the loan amount in Bitcoin, and they did that when Bitcoin price was higher as well. So they lost even more money. They didn't lose 4 times; they lost 8 times now. Bitcoin's down 2 times. They use 4 times collateral. That means they're down 8 times on their loan. And I'm bringing this up because, if Bitcoin gets closer to 10K and goes down further, the price of the puts for MicroStrategy stock is going to go through the roof. Hedge funds could drive the stock price down towards $0.
Let's go. I think it's time for some wreckage.
So his collateral is Bitcoin, so they can't give up that collateral. That's like losing more money, Drew.
Well, no, but that's the thing. Like, if they had an exit scheme, maybe not legal, but it's found some kind of loophole and say, okay, we know that whatever's posted, they're going to have possession already because we posted this collateral. Everything else, they could come after us, but we're going to, we're going to avoid all our companies and just call it a day and call it quits, bankrupt, all this, all that. And the only thing we're going to lose is our collateral. If they don't give a fuck about the Bitcoin, that's collateral. If that's, they would have to think Bitcoin is super fucking bearish and it's never going to come back. And then they say, yeah, keep the fucking Bitcoin. See you later.
Yeah, you're actually kind of right. You cut off the diseased arm, basically.
Yeah.
I'm going out after 2. Yeah. And
that's the posted collateral, So when you're obligated to the posted collateral, something's like you could run away without posting the rest, So if you only posted the Bitcoin as collateral to Silvergate still didn't respond, I don't think, to what's going on with this. But everyone knows they use Silvergate.
What I really want to know, though, is that collateral Bitcoin, is it still at Silvergate like it should be, or have they already moved it and done that over the
Silvergate now is in possession of it.
But how do they make money if they're not going to sell Bitcoin? He's coming out and saying he's never going to sell Bitcoin. That's why people are not buying the stock, and it's killing his investors. How do you make money on your stock if you don't sell?
Well, there is the market control aspect, but he doesn't have enough money to do that. The larger the share of the market you control, that kind of thing, the more weight you can throw on it.
Even if the price of Bitcoin goes to $5 million and he doesn't sell, what do you think shareholders are going to do? They're going to sit there and look at the share price go down towards 0.
Well, if Bitcoin does go back up high enough, and however long that takes, a year or 2 compared to regular stocks, be even longer, he could then at that point sell and then buy back his own stock.
Yeah, but he can't sell now because if he sells it, then shareholders are going to sue him as well. He said he's not going to sell, so if he doesn't sell, and then he does sell even for a profit, the shareholders are going to sue him for billions of dollars.
So you think he's at a conflict of interest?
He's at a huge conflict. How are you going to come out and tell people you're never going to sell? That's a dumb thing to say.
can say anything publicly. It depends on what the hell they're actually doing privately, and that's really what the deal is. And I don't know.
It doesn't matter if he's investing long-term, Pepin. If he's never going to sell, never ever going to sell, how do they get money back for the investors? Is he going to give them Bitcoin? I don't know what's going to happen.
Are they like loaning this shit out some kind of way? I don't know.
It's a little bit tricky when you loan out Bitcoin, but why would you loan Bitcoin for more Bitcoin in collateral, right? Who would be dumb enough to
Well,
take
the
those
idea
loans?
is the idea would be accumulation, would it not?
How's he paying back the loans if he's never going to sell, though? I don't understand that math.
Well, that's what I'm saying, that he's loaning it out.
Well, if he's loaning it out, what is he getting for collateral?
He's getting whatever other people are offering up for. Basically, he went out and pulled collateral to get more Bitcoin by using Bitcoin. And in turn, he's going to other smaller people and loaning out smaller loans that are in turn offering Bitcoin or Ethereum or whatever have you as their collateral in return.
Maybe, here's how it works. He can loan dollars, right? If they have any cash reserve, they can loan money and they could take Bitcoin as collateral. And then when people repay their loan, with the interest, they get their Bitcoin back. That could be something in the future. Maybe they're going to amass enough Bitcoin so they have a backing.
Well, yeah, it just seems like if he's not going to sell, then loaning is not technically selling. And that's an avenue that I could see happening, because that's what banks do all the fucking time. That's how banks make their money, is they loan shit out that they don't actually have. And people pay back those loans, and then they have extra money.
I just don't like how he said he's never selling. That's a very big conflict of interest. By the way, guys, nice little update. As predicted on this 5-minute, Bitcoin is still climbing. It's making its way towards $20,400 net stop. We were oversold on that 5-minute at 19.8 and some change, and we've already gained a lot of dollars since then. If he said, I'm not selling unless the price goes to this, that would be a better thing. But just saying I'm not selling, it makes it hard for me to understand where they're getting money. How do you repay a loan?
Monthly interest. Monthly, weekly, depends on the kind of loan. Sometimes you can get a loan for a month. Or a quarter, 3 months, half a year, 2 years, 3 years. Which means if he loans anything out and they do a contract up.
Pepin, he tweeted it. It's on his tweets. He says he's never selling. I'll get you the tweet.
Yeah, I saw the tweet. I know he tweeted that shit.
He says MicroStrategy will never sell its Bitcoin. It's all over the news. His tweet is still there. He never deleted his tweet.
I also think he said he would never sell because of the position he's in, too. If he did sell, it would be considered a loss. I bet you they're lending their shit out, man. I bet you that's exactly what's going on. That's why they're not going to sell, because if they sold, they'd have to pull all those...
Wait, is the guy shorting Bitcoin still in the Discord? I think he hopped off, maybe? Or AFK?
I think he jumped off.
He had a stop loss at 50%. And guys, look, I wasn't trying to be mean to him or argumentative. I was just trying to help him open his eyes to some of the fundamentals and technicals that would invalidate his position. I think it's better to give somebody honest words than artificial support.
Right, especially when you fucking trade.
We're around 20,400 right here. I didn't really tell him to take profits. I just mentioned we're completely oversold and the price was going to rise. He can do what he wanted with that information. So my other viewers took that information and they entered a long. Now somebody sent me a screenshot. They're up over 300%. So different types of traders out there. Some that trade off of what they believe, which got me onto this Michael Saylor rant. I am a person who trades off of what I see. And for the believing, for the scalping stuff, you can't trade off of what you believe is going to happen. You have to trade off of what you see. Believing is more for that long-term stuff, for the non-margin, non-leverage. That's fine. But when you borrow somebody else's money, you better trade what you see, not what you think. You trade what you think, you're going to have to give them their money back, and then they're going to take your money that you use for collateral. He bought way too high. Saylor bought way too high.
See, that's the funny thing is I don't see how anybody could not see or reasonably predict a fallout happening. I mean, without the global world shit going on, it was predicted anyway. I don't know, Tame. I feel like there's something more going on with what he's been tweeting and talking about publicly, but that seems to be the obvious.
What's up with the IRS stockpiling ammunition? What do they know? Not just ammunition, they got a bunch of guns.
It,
Let's see here. Looks like Bitcoin is getting overbought in the 5 minutes. Not completely overbought yet, though. I hope for the guy's sake his short position price just comes down before it rises for the day. I mean, the long-term indicators do show that price is going to come down for Bitcoin. Let's see. It flipped over earlier for the MACD. That's when it became really bullish. The price was only 20,100 some change. It's getting close to that moving average line. Usually when you get to the moving average line on these short time frames, you do have people taking profits as we edge up there, and then possible we could break above the moving average if we do start uptrending. Michael Saylor, very interesting fellow in the crypto space. I would not borrow somebody money and be so bold to say I will never sell. How do you even repay their money back? You're never going to sell. You have to rent the asset. That's going to be the only way if you don't sell. I'm going to hop off here. I'm going to disconnect the audio from the Discord and come back later. Hope you guys learned a little bit today about what the government plans to do in terms of cryptocurrency and how they want to fix inflation, but they just don't have the answer for us yet. Very conveniently before the midterms.
Hell, raising rates might not even actually fix inflation. There is that possibility.
Right? Because look, if they raise rates and then fix the supply chain issue at the same time, that would help. But they just ignore that supply chain issue.
Oh, yeah, because it benefits the bottom line.
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
but that's what I was going to say. Benefits them. And you're right. Interest rates doesn't mean it's going to fix it.
Which will just, again, hurt everybody anyway, which is why there's going to be a recession. And months ago, I talked about even if interest rates do go up, it might not even fix the problem. Might not fix inflation.
Yeah, you're right. And I mean, we're starting to see it now. I was talking to a couple of business owners yesterday, which one owns a nail salon, a spa. And I asked her, I said, so have you all seen any declines in your, over the past couple months? And that's the case. It's not a lot of people are spending money. They're saving what they have and not doing extracurricular activities.
Yeah, it's going to hit pretty hard, and we're going to look at a decade-long ordeal, namely to do with food prices being high. We might have a 5-year ordeal of gas prices, maybe a decade long if they don't get their shit together. there's a lot of acts that could be repealed, like the Jones Act, that could help with gas prices that they're not doing. And this is all to say it benefits the bottom line. Not only that, gas companies are not going to want to expand because shit's high enough. It helps the shareholders out. Why expand? There's that issue now. Expanding doesn't necessarily mean more profits anymore.
In my state, North Carolina, we have an 18 cents gas tax that's added per gallon.
There's talks, I heard Biden talking about repealing the gas tax.
So if we repeal the gas tax, it will make gas a little bit around the same rate as North Carolina and South Carolina. That's good. Less people have to drive to South Carolina to buy gas.
Here's the deal on gas. Most gas companies or gas stations, when you look at gas prices, the gas price is generally jacked up from where it is so they can make profits. Not always, but it's roughly anywhere from 10 cents up to 50 fucking cents. So if you subtract 10 cents to 50 cents off of whatever you're seeing what gas prices should actually be closer to, maybe not even cost, but close to cost. You see what I'm saying?
Yep. California gas tax is high.
Yeah, hell, they're even talking about repealing it because this affects energy costs and things like that. There's a lot of shit going on in the world right now. We're looking at a potential global collapse of the current system within the next 2 years, and it's already happening. China may not even be a thing within the next 8 years. They've got unholy economic shit going on, as well as environmental stuff. Last year, like this time last year or near the end of last year, they had said no more exporting of fertilizer. They're having a food problem. This was before the war, mind you. And now that the war's on, they need fertilizer because they have a fucking food problem. Not to mention their GDP in real estate is 30%, which that might go up in smoke. This Evergrande deal that I was talking about months ago is countrywide and way bigger and involves those ghost cities. There's some shit fixing to go down, man, and there's not much we can do about it. The only thing that can be done is how much you want to curb the pain.
Hey, Tame, you know my name, right?
Sorry, what?
I said, you know my name, right?
Yeah. You're back?
Yeah. Making some breakfast.
So, the SPY's been holding well after Biden. Biden came out earlier this week. Some of the Democrats come out earlier this week. They're talking about no recession. Jerome Powell came out today, said that there's no recession. He said the economy is good. He says people are working. And then
that's bullshit, man. Companies are starting to lay off people already.
It's bullshit, right? But it helped the SPY hold today.
Look, tech companies have stopped hiring people, man. That's a big fucking telltale.
Is it a telltale, or did their companies become too overbought, too overvalued, too fast, Charles?
Right, because there is on the other side is like the shipping company. They can't hire enough people right now. The shipping companies, and so like it's shifting. The markets are shifting.
Yeah, it's overall shifting.
Yeah, I agree. You know, they call it seasons, I guess. You know, your tech stocks will do good, then oil stocks will do good. You know, so we're in that shift right now. And we're tightening the market. We have to.
Well, you're right about that, man. When these interest rates hikes happen, it takes like a year for it to take effect until you can see what the fuck actually happened. So I was wondering if they were actually going to raise by another 75 or even 50 for that matter, not a full 100, because you just don't know what's going to happen within a fucking year, you know.
Moosey Crypto,
What's up, brother?
Can you tell us a little bit about your 50%? What price would Bitcoin be if you had to set 50%?
That would be around 2523.
$20,523.
Here, I was going to say this with Moosey, man. Moosey is a sniper, and Moosey will snipe a perfect entry, and that's what it's about when you're doing futures. That entry, and if you can get that entry, you're golden, because it's not, I don't know, you're just not going to get wicked out enough, and you can stay in the trade long enough, to get in that profits. So that's what I've noticed with Moosey, man. He snipes that entry, and that's the most important part of the trade at first, and then you can, reevaluate.
Yeah, that was a great entry. It was a really perfect entry for Bitcoin right there.
Thanks, man.
Did you enter before the death cross or before the death cross on the 5 minutes?
About the 5 minute before the death cross.
Yeah.
My entry point was 2823.5.
So if we wick up to 20,500, you're out of the trade, but you still secure 50% profits, right?
Yes.
See, that's not a bad spot to be in.
No, you're right, Tame, and that's where the perfect entry. That's what I've noticed here recently on futures. You have to snipe that entry. Period. Point blank. You got to do your entry. Is the most important part of that trade until you get in it.
So, hell yeah, man.
What leverage did you use, Lamusi?
50.
Oh my god.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any other way to be able to do more than 20 times leverage, man? You have to get verified, don't you?
I have 100 times on Bitcoin and Ethereum. Like BNB, ADA, I have 50% leverage, and then the rest are 20 on the futures.
Well, what I'm asking is what trading platform are you using to be able to do that?
Phoenix.
KuCoin. He's doing Phoenix, and I'm doing KuCoin. But Phoenix is better on that, I think.
Yeah, I don't have Phoenix. I got KuCoin, which I think you have to get verified to do anything over 20.
I'll send you a referral link. You can check it out yourself.
Yeah, Unholy.
So,
Charles?
So, Lucy, I want to pick your brain just for a minute here.
Yeah, brother, go ahead.
Let's say Bitcoin just automatically wicks down to $17,000. Do you take profit, or do you just keep holding longer?
I have 2 take profits. My 2 take profits are at, I'll get that to you in a second. Let me send this link.
If it were me, my take profit one would be around.
I sent you the link in the code, Charles.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
Around 19,800.
My 2 take profits. My first one is at 19,702. My second one is at 19,249. So yes, I would be out of those trades.
On the 4-hour chart, we have room to go down to 17,000 again, Moose.
Yes. Yeah, we do. The thing I see though is I wonder if they're going to try to play that inverted head and shoulders in the 4-hour. And that falls on a big ass support line and the measured move of everything down to 19144.5.
Yeah, I believe we're going to have a push up.
Brad, you're away from your mic.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
I'll
push talk.
We're going to probably push up a little bit and then have a good short here coming up. But Tame, I was going to ask I'm driving, but would you look at L-Pool?
Is that a stock or a crypto?
It's a crypto.
What's the ticker?
LPOOL.
I'll look at the 5-minute chart real quick. It's doing the waves. It actually looks like Bitcoin chart, like it's following Bitcoin. It's around 29.2 cents right here. Definitely larger spread than Bitcoin.
Yeah, I got it, Moosey. I got the message.
L-Pole didn't really start pumping until the 19th of June at 12 cents, and then now it's 29. That 4 hour where parabolic SAR first downtrending, so this thing could retrace all the way back down to like 12 cents on KuCoin.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. It's a pretty good buy for me right here. I mean, it's retraced almost all the way.
It didn't retrace. It still could retrace 50%, dude. No, this is the first parabolic SAR downtrend on a 4 hour as well. So from 50 cents to here, I still see it's going down, parabolic SAR. The RSI still has to cool down as well. And we started losing bullish momentum. Was it just listed on KuCoin? Because this thing, not KuCoin, but somewhere else? Because this thing's been doing nothing but coming down. Who's playing a video game? I accidentally clicked shooting by accident.
Oh, my bad, my friend. I'm just killing some time here. But I'm listening to everything you're saying.
No, it was an accident. I was like, shooting? My only fear for Moosey is that we wick up and he only secures 50% profits. But that's not a horrible thing.
Not bad. Yeah, but I'm gonna stick in this trade for sure, dude. I'm gonna wait it out where my take profits are. You know, fuck, if it comes up to my, entry goes a little past, I can help myself out, Place a couple little bags, get it to go down, move my liquidation, move everything.
But we do see that long-term 4 hour, the 1 hour indicates Bitcoin's probably coming down again.
Yeah, that's what I'm sticking to.
I wish there was a platform that let you use leverage, but you don't get liquidated. Wouldn't that be nice? Maybe they would have to do a payment structure or something so that they keep their money.
Futures kind of does that, but if it goes to like how much your total account is worth, it still kicks you off, even if you don't have a limit order. Regular future stocks, I mean, shit.
You could pawn something at a pawn shop, right? And then you could spot trade with that money you pawn something. Yeah, I got the iPhone 14.
So what have you been doing, Moosey? You've been trading on the the lines, fib lines.
Bybit. Oh.
I use fib lines. I don't trade directly off of them, no, but I do use them.
Fib lines and consolidation.
Basically fib lines, pattern. I use a bunch of things all at once. I in order for me to make a trade, I need a bunch of confluences telling me something at the same time.
You need historical reference. I got you.
Yep.
Main thing that I do is I don't use the fib lines that you can draw from the tool. I'll look for consolidation and draw my own lines, and when you do that, you start seeing like your ABC stuff there.
Mm-hmm. It's funny because I like to see when I do find these ABCs or ABCDs, I like to see where they land, and if I draw fib
on
lines.
The fib line, yep.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you hand draw them and you look for consolidation on whatever time frame, dude, and you'll typically want to go up or down a time frame, 1 or 2. So if you're on 5 minute, you want to go up 10, 15 minute and draw lines and down 1 minute or 3 minute, so you can see what you're looking at overall.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I do it all the time. That's why I went from the hourly and I check the 15-minute patterns and I see what's playing out there, and then I see what the 5 minutes doing.
Yeah. So how is Phoenix? Is it?
I've used it for over 2 years. If you watch YouTube, a guy who does it, who has a lot of money that you can confirm with, CryptoFace uses it. It's treated me very well.
What's the requirements to get started, or they're not really much of anything other than...
you sign up. If you want to do KYC, you can. I'm KYC'd on it, so...
Okay, where's the HQ at, or what country is it mainly based out of?
It has a lot of... it was JP Morgan guys that I think they made of JP Morgan guys, and they moved locations. I think they're India now, or not India,
Oh,
somewhere
wait,
else.
so this is J.P. Morgan shit then. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. The J.P. Morgan guys are the ones who started it.
Yeah.
It is now based in
Because
Singapore.
KuCoin is China. Well, that doesn't surprise me there. They have like no regulations whatsoever on trading firms.
Yeah, Singapore is where it's based. HQ.
Okay, but it's J.P. Morgan guys, huh?
Yeah, you can look it up. It's public shit. So
Yeah, because I'm on KuCoin, but I'm not KYC, and if I decide to ever want to trade 50% or more, which I'm getting close there, because action's getting pretty good on my front.
oh, I got you right here. It's not J.P. Morgan, so it's a Singapore-based company that was founded by 8 former Morgan Stanley executives.
Oh. I wonder who those fuckers were. Do they cause the Big Short?
So that's them.
Chances are they did. I kid you not, I mainly trade by phone these days. I don't need the computer anymore.
Yeah, phone processors almost better than some computers nowadays too.
Yeah, man, that and one thing I've noticed while being on here, I've been here in this Discord a little over a year now, and talking with you guys. There is a drastic difference between web-based and mobile-based. They're usually on 2 completely different servers.
Sorry, say that again. I was typing.
I was just saying that mobile trading platforms versus web trading platforms are usually on 2 different servers to better handle the inflow and outflow.
Yeah.
So you're a bit of a swing trader then, man. Okay.
I do both scalp, swing, and spot. I do all of them.
What's your favorite swing time frame? 30 minutes?
No. Favorite swings are between 15 to an hour.
Okay, so the average would be about 30 minutes then, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because on 5 minute you see shit that you don't on the 30 in the hour.
Yep. And I'll use 5 and 15 and 1 for my scalps.
That's the way to do it. And you're not using Renko bars. All right, man. People, I tried using Renko bars. The only problem I have with those, man, is you lose. It cleans up the chart without a doubt, and that does help. But you lose a lot of information on those wicks, man.
Yeah.
Because you know enough wicks in one spot, man, tell you a thing.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Interesting.
Why do you think it's interesting?
Oh, no. I got killed by somebody very fast. I'm sorry. I know.
The fuck are you playing, man?
The Division 2.
That game flopped. Broken promises on the first one, and I didn't care about the second one.
It's difficult, man. Very difficult.
Yeah.
We have, yeah. Mm-hmm. But I'm just not trading though. I'm just killing some time.
What's the mobile setup for FEMA look like? Or FEMEX, I mean, shit.
Mobile, it's a little different, but it's super easy. It's like 10 times easier than the web version.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's the thing that I've noticed is a lot of these new trader platforms, unlike 5 years ago, which was still difficult to trade via phone. Shit, you had to look up like something on the CME, and it was like a 15-minute delay or 10-minute or 5-minute, whatever the fuck it is. And that shit ain't happening anymore, man. It's fucking wild.
I think these interfaces are actually good, though. They have all the features that you need. If you don't have all those features, then it's not very convenient. Like being able to withdraw, transfer, and stuff on one screen is very fast.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm getting at. The mobile seems to be getting better than the web-based platform.
Nah, I still like web more.
I do too, because it just allows a little bit more of ease, but I trade predominantly via mobile.
Yeah. But Phoenix is easy to use mobile, dude. So
I like Binance US web-based, like being able to drag it over, select your price and everything. That way is pretty fun. But
that is cool too. Phoenix, you can drag your orders up and down too, and your stop losses and take profits just by on the screen on the chart.
Yeah, that's the OG way. Shit, I need to get on there, man.
Yeah, I mean, you can click the box, drag it up and down wherever you want without tightening it.
That's standard rules.
It makes it faster too.
Yeah, exactly. So if I see something going in my, against me like right away, I literally can just drag it down, let it go.
And you can stack them, I'd imagine too.
Yeah.
And they would join together.
Yep.
By the way, for you guys who missed it earlier, the reason why Bitcoin started pumping, one, we were oversold, but two, Binance is encouraging people to trade Bitcoin stablecoin pairs for no trading fees currently. When this happened before, the price slowly creeped up like over $1,000 per Bitcoin and ended up like 10% higher. So once more people get on these trading pairs and the bots start going, it can climb.
That or it can range like hell.
But yeah, the news today is that there's no recession. That's what people are saying.
Which is bullshit.
It's not bullshit per se. I mean,
the
economy's still good. You still have fast food. You still have McDonald's trying to hire people.
Well,
you still have restaurants hiring people. It's just that some of these big tech companies, Facebook, Amazon, Tesla, they grew too fast.
Right. You're right, Tame. And really a lot of these companies, the profits are coming down, but the earnings are not. And a lot of people don't worry until the P and E are coming down. So, that's a pretty. They're just using all of that. They're fudding, they're jawboning. Just like they did before the 5%. It's all part of the game.
There's still, like, in my city, there's still a big economy. Still a lot of people going to work. Parking uptown still full on the weekdays. That's one indicator that the economy is still going strong.
Yeah.
If just a handful of these companies are struggling because of supply chain issues, I can understand that, but people are still working. They're not laying off too many people at a lot of these companies. Like Amazon still has a lot of employees, for example.
And I also do know that the vacation industry is still booming right now because we're getting ready to go to Florida and to find a hotel, man. It's an arm and a leg for one, but for two, they're booked out for like months in advance already. So it's from people that had money earlier in the year. They've booked these vacations and stuff. So it's still looking good on that side too.
Yeah. One major problem with the airlines, though, like in my city, they've overbooked so many flights, so people are stranded at airports for like weeks at a time. The transportation committee is going to start cracking down on these airlines overbooking flights.
Well, that's the thing. I heard that, or read today that like some 1,300 air pilots are on strike. There's more strikes to come. It's hampering the supply lines, people being overworked and things like that.
Yep.
And
but ultimately, if you get out of your house, you drive around for a few hours, you can see your local economies are not crashed. They're still doing very well.
I mean, yeah.
Where I live, like I can go to a shopping center right now. I can go to a mall and the parking lot on a weekday will still have a significant amount of cars.
Yeah, I still think it's because people were COVID hungry from being stuck inside for so long.
But then again, we're not going to see a recession, this quick as well. It's going to take time to play out. So that doesn't mean that we're not in one or going to have one.
Well, that's why I'm saying in August and October, which is when the housing stuff really starts to take into effect, because most of your buying and selling and moving happens usually during the summer months.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now is I'm stacking, and if it does crash and the housing industry crashes, I'm buying up a lot of it.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, if it does crash, dude, like I've been saying, most of that shit is used as leverage for the stocks. The stocks are going to go down, and it might cause a cascade effect. And the thing that worries me the most, though, is there's a lot of this stuff that's already happening overseas in other countries, smaller than ours, yes, but it's starting to affect a lot of the European countries. In part, that's because of the war shit, but that affects us too. And if it's starting to happen over there, it's going to creep into over here. You know what I'm saying? And it's just going to expedite things.
We could be heading towards recession, but it's not here yet. There's just way too many people at all the stores nearby.
You're right. I truly believe that we're not in one yet, but I don't see it right now, but I could in the future. In a couple of years or whatever. People are starting to save money. Their savings account during COVID were high. Now the average savings account has diminished almost to zero, just because of interest rates.
High, yeah.
People also still giving money to the people standing at the corners on the highways. You have lots of traffic. I don't think we're in a recession yet.
No, I saw that yesterday, Tame. That people, I actually, gave the guy change, but 3 cars behind me did as well. They're just giving.
I think it happens, man, before it even is realized.
Yeah, that's how they talk about the bear market. We're in it a year and a half before we realize, oh, shit, we're in a bear market.
Well, yeah, that's the thing about bubbles is you don't realize you're in a bubble until it happens. And usually you get guys like from The Big Short talking about it months in advance before it actually, quote-unquote, happens.
Half a year in advance. Dude, here's the problem. Even though these guys predict the economy is going bad, they start shorting too early, right? And they lose a lot of money through the interest fees. Or they get liquidated before their prophecy comes true.
My super real big fear, though, is that profits will continue to stay high. Well, I'll say profits. Stocks will continue to stay high, but the people will suffer. I do think we are actually within those times, meaning stocks will continue to climb up, but the people will continue to get paid less and actually start to really suffer because they're not taken into consideration when you account for GDP. So GDP will be good, but for everybody else it will be bad.
I think it's about time for another innovation and boom that will fix our supply chain issue and bring down gas prices, energy prices.
What's not being talked about in the mainstream and what I've talked about partly in China is actually being done across Europe, the U.S., Australia, and many of our allies and other countries who rely on manufacturing in China. A lot of manufacturing is coming back over here, over to the home country, if you will.
Yes, sir.
I think the microprocessors and all that, they're building plants and things like that. So this, I don't know what kind of effect the collapse of China would have, but it'll be wild is all I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's a real fear in the Chinese government of a civil unrest right now. But that's that's pretty much their own fucking fault. With the insane lockdowns and their food problem as well as their real estate problem.
Sir?
Yeah, it's crazy. I was getting my ass wrecked wrecked in leverage and futures. And so I had to pull back here, recently, a couple months. And I really dug down deep into, research in the market and how it works. And it's crazy. Once you really believe it, I mean, everything makes sense, but it is crazy to see how things are so manipulated.
Dude, when I speak, most of the time I'm talking about something, but then I'm thinking, well, this thing is affected by this. The list goes on and on and on, and it's fucking insane.
You're right. Until you understand that, I didn't, until you understand that, that's when you can start making money in the market, because you see the trickle effect, and it's going to hit this, this spot and then this spot. So you know where to move the money.
More or less, but it's never ending. But you know what I mean by it's like a spider web on top of a spider web on top of a spider web. It's that expansive, and whenever you want to talk about one thing, housing or whatever in particular, it moves from housing to construction to pay and all that, because that all affects housing and shit.
Yeah, there's definitely like a central area, and it's right. It's like a million cobwebs coming off and connecting everything. Might go around the corner, up the road, through the river, but it's going to come back.
Yeah. Shit, yeah, man. And when I talk about stuff, man, I'm constantly thinking about all the other things that do affect it, because it's like farming, man. It's not just the fertilizer and the sun and the weather. It's more stuff than that. You got to worry about the insects, how much to water, how much rain you got, sometimes even the fucking humidity, man.
So true. Every variable counts.
And that's the problem, is I want to say there's billions or hundreds of billions, but I imagine we're probably into the trillions of variables now, which means it's impossible to account for.
Right. So I don't know if anybody heard this, but it was this info was given, on the Discord the other day, that they just found a deposit of gold. It's somewhere overseas. It would double the market cap of it.
Yeah, it's in Uganda.
So what do you all think about gold? What do you think Bitcoin will take over gold and be the store of energy?
So gold, the way I see gold and the way most econ kind of guys see gold is people buy it to prepare for hard times, and they leave it in a vault, and it doesn't really appreciate any value because the trading of it is actually low. However, as a resource and raw material, it has more value than it does for
use case.
Yeah, it has more use case value as a resource than it does as preparing for hard times. Because I keep telling people this who believe in gold so much, when the world ends, I got fucking gold. It's like, all right, you got fucking gold. I don't give a fuck about gold.
Right, exactly. And that's where I'm at with it, is really, gold's in a lot of stuff we do, but in today's world, in about 10 years, I think Bitcoin will be that. You can mortgage a house on Bitcoin. That's the same thing you do with Bitcoin.
You cut off.
I said it's just like Bitcoin. That's, you buy it, you hold it, you put it in a vault, and now you can use it, to mortgage your house or buy a car.
Oh, you mean as an actual asset? Okay.
Yeah. As a store of energy. That's what gold used to be, but I just think it's fallen off.
Yeah, well, to be honest, the price of gold is partly due because there's a bottleneck on the market done intentionally to keep the price up. And I think that's mainly because they want the companies to buy it and use it as a raw source material rather than people accumulate it and just put it in a vault and let it just fucking sit there, which it doesn't serve a purpose in a vault at all.
Well, what purpose does Bitcoin have in a hard wallet? It's in case something happens.
Yeah, and again, if something does happen, I don't give a fuck if you got gold.
But here's where gold comes in play. I'll give you the example.
The down low.
Let's say you're in a company like Lebanon. You work 40 years for a hard wage. You just put your money into gold. every month. And then your economy crashes and your currency goes to zero. Well, having your gold that did not change much value versus your currency down 10 billion% is better to have that gold. Same thing.
Yeah. And
eventually, one day, if the U.S. dollar crashes, it doesn't matter if gold price doesn't move. Gold will still be worth more than $1 significantly during that crash. A bank run. Whenever you have a bank run on a currency, you see a surge in gold price. When you have a bank run on the American dollar, people are going to bank run it into cryptocurrency, and they're going to bank run it into gold commodities. And they're going to take all their capital, and before the crypto markets boom again, people are going to pull out. El Salvador, people had a bad economy there. Their gold value went up against their currency. Over history, you look back thousands of years, gold has appreciated against every single currency.
But Tane, when their economies crash, do they start trading into the gold standard again?
Yeah, people use gold to trade stuff, dude.
Does the country start trading in a gold standard again? Bartering, no. Bartering people do every day.
People use gold coins, they use silver coins, copper coins, they'll use the metal coins again. But here's what happens, Charles. Here's the power of gold. If my economy is crashing and I have all my money transferred into gold, I can change that gold into a currency that's not crashing. I could change it to cryptocurrency. If I'm in the Philippines, my currency crashing, I convert it to gold. If my country economy crash all the way, I just convert it to US dollar. Boom, I'm good.
Yeah, speaking of that, Tame, so I was just given a gold coin. It was not a gold coin, silver coin. It was a Morgan dollar from my grandpa when he passed away. And so I got to looking. It had a rare print on it. I took it in there, and I was thinking, $5, $10. Dude, they offered me $600. And I was like, what? So we had it sent off, graded. And that market also right now is still doing pretty well. People are buying coins.
Yeah, so you know how cryptos has NFTs, right? You could mint something into a gold coin and then give it more value. You could mold it into a special jewelry, give it more value.
The gold as a standard of anything, I think it's an illusion. For me, gold is only good for transmitting electricity, and it lasts long without corroding.
Yeah, I see that as having more value than an actual currency.
Yeah, but if you look at history, it outlasts every single currency. Gold has greater value against every currency in the history of mankind. Everything.
Okay. The only difference is they didn't have electricity back then. We do now, as he's saying.
No, we've had electricity in a lot of currencies that have came down to zero.
Okay, that metal of gold is value because the value to that metal was given when society was dependent in metals. And upon the metals, that's like, oh, this is the king of the metals. It doesn't corrode it, it's the best of the best, it's the most expensive. So it's mainly like for luxury purposes because we as humans have carried that mentality. But I don't think gold is really much of anything but just a rock that is good in conducting.
Yeah, I don't either, because there's more people in the world today who don't have gold. So if you're going to trade with people, you're going to only be able to trade with other people who have gold. Not only that, what do you do about the people who don't have gold and don't care? I just think there's too many variables to keep up with on that.
For now, it still works, but I believe we're reaching the edge of society in which the youngins are detaching from the parents way too much. What do I mean by this? Before the internet, almost all of the input to the child is like parent and surrounding, immediate surrounding. And now you can see a kid and the kid and the parent, you think like, who is raising this kid? Because he's absorbing so much extra stuff from the outside. And all of this, I think, will help people to like, what the fuck is gold? Like, what is this thing? You know what I'm saying? We're detaching from all of that faster now through the internet, but magnificent internet. But let's say 9000 BC is the earliest reference that brought have people doing copper and things like that. By the way, I don't know these things at the top of my head. I have to research. So since 9000 BC, all the way up to 1779, first architectural use of cast iron, 1838, electroplating of copper in 1884. So all of this label to gold is based upon the old school Wild West shooting cowboy things. I bite it with my teeth to see if it's real gold, sort of thing. But for now, it's still good stuff because it's still too many people believe in it. And as long as rappers use them as a form of reference to hierarchy, then everybody else will follow, you know. But for how long? By the way, that's just only one little extra thing that is just could be added to the conversation. It's not the end all be all of everything. It's just like, I don't know, maybe in 300 years, people would just like, well, gold, this is just for electricity.
Yeah, dude, we'll be mining that shit from an asteroid by then.
Yeah, it will
But
be.
anyway, the point is that it's definitely open to debate, and it has value.
It does have. And you know what? As soon as these people figured out how to hypercold things, a structure, like when you hypercold any structure in the air and things like that, there is no resisting in the electricity, better than gold. So when these people can fill up a tube with hypercold air, like
Oh, dude, no, I know what you're talking about. They're using that. They're trying to come up with that for supercomputers. That's a legit thing.
yeah, yep, my friend. So when we figured all of that out, boom,
Yeah, they say we're not far from that, man. And you're right about that. If that happened, gold's value will probably still be there for about a decade, but once that becomes a more highly available technology, it's
a metal. It's just a rock.
Yeah. I'm
doesn't
wondering
corrode.
what other use cases or what use case it will lose off of that. Like conductivity, maybe a little bit. We'll see.
As a microchip, they use gold, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the main thing, gold. Yeah, it's good for that. So if all of these rappers start donating their freaking like gold chain, we might have some extra microchip, bro. They buying all of the golds and the Range Rover and the Escalade, man.
So there's these guys in the YouTube chat telling me that if people would have held gold from 100 years, they would be down 90%.
Yeah,
where are they getting that number from? Because I'm seeing the price was much lower for gold 90 years ago, and it's just slowly been rising against every currency.
That's because of how much gold was worth back then. Was technically worth more than it is now.
They're saying not really if it's measured against inflation. Why are you measuring against inflation? It's still the same price, Jesus Matt. The price is higher.
I think I know what they're talking about. I remember looking into that like a year or two ago.
Compared to inflation, your dollar's worth shit now. That's why the price of gold's up over 1,500% versus your U.S. dollar in 20 years. 20 years, gold is up 1,505% against the U.S. dollar. 20 years.
Look that up, man. There's something to that.
They're trying to measure against inflation, but then that takes it away from. They're trying to hedge it against the dollar, but then trying to measure against something else. It doesn't work that way.
No, I talked to an econ guy who said something similar. I can't remember exactly what. Something to do with gold and inflation and comparing it from, 100 years ago to now.
You would not have bought dollars then if it's inflation, killing the dollar.
Yeah, well, the government, 1950s. Give us all your gold.
They said measure against inflation, the value has not gone up. Look, if my family bought gold 100 years ago and held it now, they would have more U.S. dollar. If they would have bought cheeseburgers or food, no money.
I think dollar to gold ratio, yeah, but gold to gold, it hasn't gone up.
Yeah, but dollar ratio, that's big. It means that gold is a better hedge against the dollar if it's decreasing in value versus the dollar. Yeah, and usually stocks grow in better value than gold. But there's also some stocks 100 years ago that are no longer here, Pepin. There's gold is something that's worth money. Hey, quit spamming the fucking chat. You can send your message one time, but 20 times? Fuck.
Yeah, it's just a discussion, people.
Yeah, the guy, I just blocked all his message. People already read his message, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Don't spam the chat.
We're all here to learn, and part of learning is discussing stuff where we differ on sides, man.
But from a dollar perspective, if you'd have bought gold 100 years ago and held it against the dollar and then sold your gold today, you would have more US dollar. YouTube chat says gold hasn't moved in the last 12 years. It barely goes up and down, but it's been holding value. So in the last 10 years, last 5 years, gold's up over 5. Gold's up 5 years, 45.79%. It's up 45.79%, and it's up 0.5% today. For 1 year, it's up 3%.
I can tell you in 2018 and 19, though, it went up from 1,200 roughly to 1,800 because there was supposed to be an economic downturn during that time. And it didn't happen because COVID hit.
Jesus Matters doesn't understand simplified math. If gold was 4,000% cheaper 100 years ago compared to today, and you put that dollar into gold, and then you sell the gold today, you would have 4,500% more US dollar.
I think what they're trying to say, though, is the reason why that is the case is what you just said, though, is because the value of the dollar has gone down 99% roughly in the last 100 years compared to gold.
That's tough.
No, they're trying to measure it through inflation, but let's just measure simple US dollar. Dollar to gold.
That's inflation through the dollar, though.
I know, but okay, let's do dollar to gold, though.
Okay.
If I bought my gold for $1 100 years ago, and I sold it today for $250, do I have more or do I have less US dollar?
Technically, you have more US dollar, but because the US dollar has devalued 99% over the last 100 years, your $250 is equivalent to that $1 100 years ago. I think that's what they're trying to say.
It's equivalent to the money in the past, but not the money today, though. You still have more money today.
Yeah, but things cost more money today. I think that's what they're really trying to get at.
Things are also cheaper today. Okay, so if I had to buy a computer for $1 million 10 years ago, I can buy that same computer for $1,000 today. It just kills that whole argument that he has right there for that one piece. So, on the innovation side, technology is a lot cheaper nowadays than 100 years ago.
True that.
So, if my grandparents would have bought gold 100 years ago, if our family would have held it, and then I buy a computer today rather than 20 years ago, not only can I buy a computer for $1,000 rather than $1 million, I can now buy 1,000 of those computers. And I also have more US dollar now. Now, if you're saying the purchasing power is different, yeah, that's a completely different thing. But the dollar amount is still going to be more, buddy. You guys are changing things. Now you're telling me the purchasing power. I studied finance. I know the big difference between amount and purchasing power. Two completely different things. You're going to have this argument about Bitcoin as well. If I bought Bitcoin at 1 cent and sold it today, I would still have more amount. That money may not be the same purchasing power, but I would still have a greater amount. And that goes on to the point that eventually your dollar purchasing power is going towards zero. But gold's purchasing power is not going to zero.
Yeah, I think I get what they're trying to do, but I do agree with you, Team, on that front.
I'm not wrong, Devin.
No, you're not. You would have more money today. I think what they're really trying to get at, though, is shit costs more today because the dollar's been devalued.
I'm talking about one simple fact called amount, Devin. I don't care about the purchasing power. I'm talking about amount. And if you want to talk about purchasing power, yes, I recognize, I know that it's worth less spending power. But gold to US dollar trading pair is valued gold higher than US dollar now. Simple.
I vote to revisit this at a later date.
It's just simple math. Like right now, which one is worth more? One Bitcoin or one US dollar? I don't give a fuck about purchasing power when I'm making these trades. I know for a fact one Bitcoin is worth more than one US dollar.
True that, because if you really look into the purchasing power of Bitcoin, it's very low comparatively to the US dollar, but it's worth more in value.
Devin says no one was talking about amount. I was talking about amount, Devin. I'm the one who said the amount. I'm the one that says gold is worth more than $1. I'm the one that says gold has grown in value versus dollar. That implies amount. More than. One gold bar is going to be worth more than dollars in the future as dollar value goes down.
Leaf gold, right?
Oh, it's going to be more than gold. You're going to have gold, you're going to have cows, commodities, corn, all these things grow in value versus US dollar as the US dollar purchase power goes towards zero. And then you're going to have a bank run on the dollar. People will buy gold and they're going to buy crypto.
Actually, that is a common theme with most centralized banking systems throughout the world, Tane. The weird thing about ours, though, is that ours depreciates at a stable value number every year, more so than other countries. Or, I guess in this case, less so than other countries.
Man. So apparently I'm wrong. Apparently this gold chart I'm looking at is wrong. Back from 1974 as well. Apparently gold has not grown at all. This is just a big curve up for no reason at all against the US dollar.
Well, here's another example, though. Say we do space mining, space resource industries as they are a thing. They're going to go out, they're going to go grab an asteroid, bring it back to the moon's orbit, mine it, and ship materials from there to Earth, and most of those materials will be composed of iron, platinum, gold, silver, things of that matter. Now, people think that's going to devalue gold. No, what's going to change is the ounce of gold in relationship to the dollar. So whereas it's right around 1,800 today, isn't that right, Tane?
Yeah, close.
It's about 1,800 for like we'll say an ounce or half an ounce or 50. I can't remember.
Let me pull up this chart because these guys on YouTube are a little bit special today.
But anyway, that $1,800 will probably be able to get you a pound or 2 pounds of gold. I think what changes is the amount of gold in relationship to the dollar.
Yeah, that completely makes sense.
Yeah, so
I agree.
Because I actually, hang on, I take that back. It's not half an ounce; it's 12 ounces. The gold dollar value is based in 12 ounces, right? 24 karat, 24 ounces or whatever the fuck. Anyway, so we mine gold, we bring it back, and the gold dollar value doesn't go down because there's more gold in the system. You just change the amount of gold you weigh by towards the dollar amount. And in fact, I think back in the day, a gold coin was heavier than they are today. Is that not right?
How's it heavier if it's gold?
Because they use less gold in them today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
So, guys, I don't give a
Yeah,
fuck about
somebody-
inflation chart. We're not talking about inflation. This is about money, making money. Gold is higher in value towards the dollar now.
I think that's actually what the issue is. The issue is a weight issue, literally. Because I think gold coins 100 years ago weighed way more than they do today.
Purchasing power does not matter anything in this equation at all. I'm just talking about the U.S. dollar is losing its value against gold. Simple statement. And the U.S. dollar, when it loses value against gold, it also probably loses value against other commodities. I don't care about purchasing power. I don't care about spending my money in the 1920s. I'm not there. I wasn't living. It doesn't apply to me. But right here, right now, if I want to protect my hard-earned income, would I put it in gold or would I put it in U.S. dollar? Even if gold price is not moving as much right now. Every time we get a spike like this on the gold chart, it's usually because U.S. dollar, the government's printed too much money or they had bad policies and it caused a bank run on the dollar.
And, the funny thing on that though is with 2020 and 21, gold didn't really depreciate in value when more money was printed.
And purchasing power doesn't matter when a currency goes towards zero. Jesus, look at the Bolivar.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
The Bolivar is down towards zero, and
look at Zimbabwe
compared to gold. So people had gold rather than a Bolivar. They hedged against the inflation, and they hedged against their country's currency being destroyed. Those people are safe. The people that cared about purchasing power and held the Bolivar over gold, those are the people that got wrecked.
Well, Zimbabwe is a perfect example because it cost like 2 billion Zimbabwe dollars to get a fucking cup of coffee, and because their economy's been gone to hell and back. Well, not back. It's gone to hell.
But if you were just making these trades, every time I trade a Bitcoin to USD pair, I don't care about purchasing power. Does anybody think about that before they enter a short or a long? Your purchasing power? Or are you measuring it against one currency versus the other currency?
Correct.
Because there's absolutely none of us with the time machine to go back in time and buy a car or gold with cheaper dollars. That's completely different. And we're also, not trading historical currencies. Devin says if hyperinflation happened and gold was worth $2 billion an ounce, but a loaf of bread costs $500 billion, by your logic, that's successful. No, it's a failure. You have to compare it to value. Devin, I'm comparing dollar to gold. And if you're comparing price of bread, I'm pretty sure bread costs a lot more hundreds of years ago because of lack of innovation in how they cook the bread. If you compare a bar of gold now, let's give it weight. A 16-ounce of bar of gold now could actually buy you more bread than 100 years ago, Devin. Do you know how cheap bread is now because of innovation?
And delicious.
I just think, I really do think crypto, not in so much as Bitcoin, but I think cryptocurrency is going to take over. And, my opinion, I really think the U.S. dollar will survive, because every country knows that they would rather have U.S. currency in their pocket than their own. So,
that's because
I know that's fallen off a little bit.
Go ahead. That's because of what I said. Ours depreciates at the lowest percentage value every year compared to everybody else's currency in the world. We have the least depreciation value of our dollar is the U.S. dollar compared to everybody else. That's why we have a dominance in the world with the U.S. dollar.
Right. So, I really do think that paper money will still be in a play in coins. That's just been around forever. So I think that will be the U.S. dollar that we'll spend everywhere. That'll be the currency. But then cryptocurrency, it's also going to be a payment system. But Bitcoin will be that, store of energy. So I think it's those three, and gold will survive.
I agree, man. If you go to anybody anywhere in the world, they will take U.S. currency. Even if it's China or Russia today, they will take U.S. currency.
And they will take gold. Anywhere in the world, any government will take gold as well. Because, let me give you an example, because this guy on my YouTube chat, he gave me an example that's nothing. He says if hyperinflation happened and gold was worth $2 billion an ounce, but a loaf of bread costs $500 billion, so I don't know how bread price is going to automatically grow 100 times. What is that? What's 500? 250 times. He's giving me an example where bread grows 250 times in value of gold for some weird reason per ounce. Per ounce.
Famine, maybe.
Per ounce. I don't understand that. Per ounce.
Per ounce?
Per ounce. How is gold 250 times less than bread per ounce?
I feel like 50% of the world would have to die for that to happen, of hunger for that matter.
What situation will we have to be in, Jesus, for bread to be worth 250 times the value of gold per ounce?
Yeah, you need to give a realistic hypothetical, dude. That's beyond... You're talking like post-apocalyptic after World War III shit, maybe with that.
No. There's a few situations. Okay, so what about this? A meteor crashes into gold. 5 miles worth of pure gold. Okay, we have increased supply. That's one thing. But what world will we live in where bread is worth 250 times per ounce than gold?
I think beer would be worth more. Beer would be worth more than the bread at that point.
Currently, gold's worth $1,840 per ounce. Now, a loaf of bread, generally 1 pound, 16 ounces. Wow. So you're telling me a loaf of bread? I just never seen that situation, because look at this. Even when the Bolivar was crashing, Jesus, you may not know this, but when the Bolivar was crashing, their bread price did not go up 250 times in gold value. No. They measured it against US dollar. Nobody was trading $18,000 worth of gold for a loaf of bread there. Gold kept its value, and gold grew in value against the Bolivar. And I'm telling you this just to protect yourself. The day the US dollar crashes, gold's not going down with the US dollar as well. Gold's going to retain value and grow. When there's a bank run on a currency, gold does not follow. Gold holds its value and climbs.
Well, Tame, I got one for you real quick, though. What does an ounce of gold in Zimbabwe dollars cost you, and what does effectively a cup of coffee in Zimbabwe dollars cost you? The cup of coffee is obviously going to be cheaper regardless, but it makes a fun example if you want to look into it.
It's more of a realistic example.
And look at this. Look at this.
It's a true one, too.
This is something we say in crypto every single day. Not your keys, not your coin. If you're actually holding those gold bars versus dollars in your bank account that are just on your online balance, one of them you're holding, you actually have access to. Those dollars in a database, are they really there? Is every dollar in circulation really there? This guy's talking to me about gold not being... Like, money is bad for the environment. I get that. Gold's bad for the environment if you're melting it down and you're mining for the gold. But it still has value. Still has value.
Yeah, it's starting to grab at straws, dude.
These guys are really grabbing at straws. I don't understand a situation where gold is going to go up.
I mean, for whatever reason, if like a major supplier of gold in the world just disappeared overnight.
This guy's talking to me, telling me that bread's going to go up 250 times versus gold in hyperinflation, which is not true. Not only does it have to climb to the value of gold, then it has to climb it and then go up 250 times more. That's going to be crazy. If bread costs 250 times more than gold, you're going to have bigger problems.
Yeah, seriously, people would just trade in bread at that point.
All right, y'all, I'm going to head out here. I'll be back on later tonight.
All right, see ya.
See you, man.
Later.
Plus bread, it gets mold on it. Nasty.
That's why I
It goes
said beer would
fast.
be worth. That's why I said beer would be worth more than
Yes,
bread.
yes, it would.
Devin just gave another bad example in YouTube chat. He says, if I make a Bitcoin trade, buy $100 in March, and in April, let's say it's worth $110, without adjusting for inflation, it looks like a win. But if inflation over that month was 20%, you lost value. No, you did not lose value. If you would have held the $100, you would have lost value. But 110 versus 100, you still have value even with inflation. If you would have just held that initial money rather than making a trade, you lose even more. Inflation does rob the other $10, but if you just kept it in the dollars, you lose more money, Devin. So you have to put your money somewhere else to protect against inflation. We all knows that.
Well, how much does one loaf of bread cost for gold, which is gold, without using dollars?
One loaf of bread is about $1.20 to $2. $3 if you buy the premium bread, right? And then a gold bar, an ounce of gold, 1 ounce is $1,800. Yeah, he lost purchasing power, but he would have lost more purchasing power if he would have kept it in U.S. dollars, Jesus Matters.
It's at that point you're making money versus not making money.
He would have lost more purchasing power keeping it in U.S. dollar.
Just put it in bread stocks. That would work.
This guy's talking about gold has been steady over the years. It's not the fucking years, it's the decades. For thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, gold has value. You have currencies that you don't even know the name of that have died while gold has had value.
And it's went up.
Eventually, the U.S. dollar is going to have to need another currency as well. I'm warning you guys. Gold will have value when a currency dies.
That's actually the thing that happens if you look at throughout history. Gold has been around forever, you're right. However, the paper dollar has been around for well over 400, 500 years now.
No, not the U.S. dollar. Not U.S. dollar.
Not the U.S. dollar, but I mean paper dollars or currency in general has been around since the medieval time.
Yeah, but look at how all those paper dollars have died.
They do disappear, but they've
died. But what has not disappeared?
The gold. But the thing that I think that happens is once that paper currency disappears, they just create a new one. They do use the gold as a base mean for the new currency.
Wait. Let me address these guys on the YouTube chat who's never stepped foot out. Wait. These guys have never stepped foot outside their house. They've probably never been to a farm in their life. Pepin says, if you're starving and need to feed your kids and the dollar was crashed, I would give a block of gold for a loaf of bread, 2 blocks of gold for a can of beer. Buddy, do you not know how to grow a crop? Do you not know how to grow any food? Do you not know how to hunt? Do you not know how to raise an animal? You don't know how to, but I'll bet you tens of thousands of other people know how to. And they will not be selling it for blocks of gold. I promise you. They will sell it a lot cheaper.
Nah, I'm asking for a block of gold.
There are farmers out there that will be able to give you your food, and it's not going to cost you a block of gold, even if the U.S. dollar crashes. I know this because I've been to almost every state in the United States. I know how farmers work, and I'm telling you, it's not going to be a block of gold.
Hell, have you been to Arkansas?
These guys, it surprised me how many people make these type of statements that's never been outside or has never researched currency crashing.
Look, most of them have read about economics, but they haven't actually studied it. You know what I mean?
Practice it too. Practice economics without dollars. Try to do some bartering. People will probably trade livestock for fruit and vegetables. They're not going to be giving their gold for one cow. They're not going to be given a whole gold bar.
That's absolutely what happened in the medieval times. You gave the king your gold. Meanwhile, you traded and bartered with regular people. And salt on occasion.
You know what's the problem with the king and why we used to give him the gold?
Well, it's
back in the day,
soldiers and buy arms. That's what the gold was used for.
But back in the day, everybody wanted to take everybody's stuff if you're stronger. So normally the kingdom would start like a little house that was more fortified than the other. And as the other houses got taken down, then that family moved to maybe with a family that has a better house because it was, and little by little they realized, oh, wait a minute, there is a thing. We can call it castle. Whoever was the owner is the owner, yo, for real. And that's why everything was for that person because he was at that time it was worth it because outside those little doors of that house, they looked like a castle. You got killed within the day. Everything got taken, and you also got raped too. Worse, oh, bad stuff. So yeah, it
You're
was
talking
worth it
about
back in the
city
days.
states, basically.
Yeah, it was worth it back in the days, but not now.
So let me ask you guys in YouTube chat. We'll talk. I'll talk about purchasing power just to entertain you. What do you think is going to have more purchasing power? Here, let's do a poll: gold or U.S. dollar in the next 100 years?
Gold will have more than the U.S. dollar for sure.
The
It will
U.S.
last
dollar will
longer.
probably evolve into something else within 100 years.
Here, let's play another fun game. Let's talk about something that actually happened. What has more purchasing power now, the U.S. dollar or the UST? Luna, Terra. What has more purchasing power now, Terra or the U.S. dollar? Terra, Luna. I understand that Luna has less purchasing power now than last month. The crypto crashed to nothing, right? And it did not have really not much purchasing power after it went under a penny. I understand how purchasing power works, but what I said earlier is that gold grew in value versus US dollar. That implies that the gold now is worth more US dollars. What it does not imply is anything about purchasing power. I never mentioned purchasing power from now and then. I just mentioned that gold is now worth more dollars.
I think at least.
Yeah, I'll talk about purchasing power.
I think if not half of gold's value, at least.
No, I'm going to talk about purchasing power now because you took what I said earlier and implied that I was talking about purchasing power, which I was not. Just by saying something grows in value over another trading pair does not imply anything about purchasing power. Right now, which one has more purchasing power, Dogecoin or Bitcoin?
You're going to have to read them the definitions of what those mean, dude.
Yeah, just because I said value, they automatically implied I was talking about purchasing power. When I said I was not talking about purchasing power, I was just talking about the gold chart, how it's worth more than the US dollar. Now, I'm not talking about... Do I want to talk about purchasing power every time I make a trade on a crypto or a stock? Probably not.
Purchasing power is almost symbolic, you know.
Just by saying a dollar is worth more now than gold, it can change. You can see gold dip as well. You can see a big increase in supply on the markets. But which one has more purchasing power, YouTube? Gold or Bitcoin? It's hard to measure, right? Because Bitcoin hasn't been out that long. But compare it against a timeline, you could see as well. But purchasing power is a little bit tricky, right? This computer that I have, it would have cost over $10 million to build 30 years ago. It doesn't cost that much now, right? So would I add that into the purchasing power or no? Because I'm telling you guys, your biggest hedge against inflation is innovation. The biggest hedge against inflation is innovation. Yeah. But in terms of purchasing power, it really doesn't matter at the end of the day if a crypto or stock or asset or commodity is going to zero. If you know it's going to zero, you don't really care about purchasing power. You just care about getting out of it.
So here's the definition of purchasing power as per the Oxford Dictionary. The financial ability to buy products and services, the value of a sum of money, and in quotes, the purchasing power of $1 million isn't what it used to be, end quotes. It's the financial ability to buy products and services, the value of the sum of money. Value is what you as an individual or a society make of it.
Devin Gearing, don't take what I say out of context, okay? I did not say invest in tech stocks, right? I never said invest in tech stocks. I said innovation is your greatest hedge against inflation. Because
That's a
of computers
common
and because of
sense thing,
systems and automation, it makes it cheaper to make products, which can be applied to any field. I'm not
That's a
talking about
common-
buy tech stocks.
That's a common sense when innovation decreases cost. I mean,
Innovation and technology made internet cheaper. It made streaming services cheaper.
it made communication cheaper, and that's what our civilization's technological advances are built on, is quicker communication.
Netflix is cheaper than cable was 5 years ago, 10 years ago. And I have a guy on YouTube chat being very hypocritical, talking about money is bad for the environment while he's on a cell phone or computer messaging me. Next thing you know, he's going to be on a private jet saying that computers are bad.
Probably eating cereal this morning that came in technology from another country, and it was processed to be nice and fluffy with technology. Yeah.
Y2K, bro, Y2K.
And cryptocurrency still uses electricity, believe it or not. You think it's magic? No. And do you think those solar panels are made out of thin air? No. They use materials to make solar panels. It's not really great for the environment.
You mean to tell me crypto's not funded by elf blood?
But yeah, if you keep spamming the chat, you're going to be permanently banned from the YouTube chat. Say your message one time, don't spam it over and over in the YouTube chat. Or you'll have to go make another YouTube account, subscribe, and wait 20 minutes to chat. But just because something's bad for the environment doesn't mean you can do nothing, right? If I'm doing something bad on the environment, like using a computer all day, I can go out and plant trees. I can create a garden. I can create a bee habitat. I can improve the environment.
That's a fallacy argument, too, because being alive technically is bad for the environment.
Do I own any gold? Yes, I own gold, Darkfire. A lot of things are bad for the environment. And usually it's the people that fly private jets that tell you these things are bad for the environment, ironically.
Yeah, you're right.
They'll fly a private jet 14 hours just to tell you it's bad, when you will never even produce that much carbon footprint in your entire lifetime.
That's bad, okay.
Oh, trading seashells would be even worse for the environment, Jesus Matters. You're taking seashells from their natural location to trade them? That's really bad for the environment. Definitely don't do that.
The seafloor.
Look, if you take gold from its location to trade, that's bad for the environment. You take seashells from location to trade, that's bad for the environment.
That's why I said being alive is technically bad for the environment. It's a fallacy argument.
But you can do things. You can do things that make the environment good as well.
Yeah, but you still have to eat, and you still have waste product off of yourself. So technically, being alive is bad for the environment, unless you do the correct procedures and processes to counteract that. You're bad for the environment for just being alive.
So, what's the worst thing for the environment right now? Pollution, probably?
Yeah, it depends on what type of pollution you want to talk about, though.
Probably billions of piles of garbage floating in the ocean.
Microplastics, yeah. What's interesting, though, is nature is actually developing or evolving in a way to survive with that microplastics and or eat them. There's certain microorganisms out there that eat that stuff now. It's freaking wild.
There's people, human beings, that suffer from allergies. And I think that's one way for nature to try to repel humans.
Is grow more ragweed? Please don't.
I think nature, the way these trees produce pollen and give people allergies, I think it may get ramped up over the next thousands of years.
Well, CO2 is increasing, which means it's more beneficial to trees, which means more pollen. That might actually be a thing if the right mutation occurs.
But if we look at purchasing power and currencies, it changes by the second, and that's why we have a huge currency market as well. You have so many trading pairs versus US dollar, Japanese, Chinese yuan, Filipino peso, Mexican peso. You have all these currencies. But purchasing power, that will change if there's innovation as well. Ironically, I'm streaming this YouTube on a very affordable computer, which I would not be able to afford 30 years ago. And yes, I was alive 30 years ago. I don't think many people on my Discord could afford some of those computers 30 years ago that have the same capabilities of today. Definitely not even the space to store those computers. And that's thanks to innovation. We have this stuff a lot cheaper now.
I'll be back later, man. Have fun and good luck with this stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And don't forget about Zimbabwe. If they pull that shit on you again, just look at Zimbabwe.
After seeing what happened with Luna, that 6.5 trillion minted, it scares me what the US dollar is doing as well.
Yeah, the Fed's having to sell their assets, which means they're getting back the money that they put in, which is roughly $6 trillion. So that's one thing to keep in mind when they talk about interest rates, is if they bring up interest rates too much while taking out money in the market is also bad.
The difference between the United States government,
they've got a $6 trillion list of assets to sell off, basically.
The difference between the dollar and Luna is the American military. We have a giant military.
Hey, man, good luck with this.
Yeah. Military definitely helps hold the value of the dollar up. I think, but if you guys want to look at purchasing power every time you make a trade, it's just going to be data that you don't need. Purchasing power is fun to look back and stuff and talk about why we should reduce inflation. Obviously, your homes have grown in value over the last hundreds of years. In terms of purchasing power, though, people in the crypto space thinks that Bitcoin will have more purchasing power if inflation grows. Ironically, though, Bitcoin's been following the stock market during this dip. But ultimately, it could grow higher. I mean, we have something that was a penny not too long ago. Now it's over $20,000 today. A little bit iffy.
But hasn't crypto been kind of pulling away a little bit from the stock market?
It's been trying to.
Right.
I mean, the US dollar is backed by the full faith of the United States government as well. And gold doesn't really need something to back it. That's the beauty of gold. It's just gold. And that's why there's demand for gold. People buy gold. You don't need something to back it. It is what it is. Nothing really backs Bitcoin as well, right? It is what it is. Dollar, it has to be backed. Stablecoin has to be backed. I'm going to end this poll. 32 people voted. Which has more purchasing power in 100 years, gold or US dollar? Most people said gold. And purchasing power can be manipulated by data as well. You have to be very careful about the data that you read. There may be one time in history where we don't need currency, though. That may happen in the future. There may be times when we don't need currency, right? But until then, We need currency because people don't know how to interact with each other without currency. It's too hard to barter. I don't want to carry a cow 1 mile to trade for something else. And purchasing power on a short time frame, that's a little bit difficult as well because you have a lot of stores. They do this price matching. They do coupons. They put items on sale. So the data is very manipulated on the short time frame. Unless it's a commodity like commodities, yeah, you can measure those pretty well. But if it's something people buy and sell in the stores or in a second marketplace, it's going to be hard to measure. Gasoline prices have grown a lot in the past 2 years. Your dollar lost purchasing power against... Okay, let's just use purchasing power in all the sentences. Your dollar lost purchasing power against gasoline. Your dollar lost purchasing power against Bitcoin over 5 years, right? You could put that in every sentence if you wanted to. You have something that went from a penny to $20,000. During that time, a lot of things. Sometimes I think pizza got cheaper during that time frame. It's actually cheaper to buy pizza now than 20 years ago. Devin says, "Tame the Ark. Why do you charge for Discord?" I had a free Discord, Devin, but it got ruined by a bunch of trolls.
Yeah, buddy. Listen, it helps protect. It helps keep up. It helps him maintain the Discord. You know, dude, and it's got cheaper over the time. So I don't even want to hear that, man. It helps the upkeep and management and keeps the FUD and the scammers out. That's what it's for.
Definitely keeps the scammers out. We don't have people sending you random links. Like, look, if I charge somebody to join the Discord, they're more likely to behave. If somebody joins and they start sending my members links, my member is going to contact me. I ban them from the server immediately. That person can't join again. They have to go through the process. They have to fill out the form. They have to give their social media information.
Yeah, that's why this Discord has lasted so long. And it's been the same, same people on there, man, that have stuck true with it and stuck in there. And they've been here for everybody every day, And so if you're on YouTube, join the Discord. It'll change your life for real.
Discord also is away from when the YouTube's offline, and we have text channels. That's very different than YouTube chat. So I'll give you a look at what Discord's like. So we have these people in voice chat right now. But we go up here to charts, or people showing off their scalps and stuff. Or we go up to charts. People in Discord can share information. We can share charts like this. I made this chart earlier about how Bitcoin reacted to Jerome Powell earlier. And then we received that death cross. And then after this, we went down to become completely oversold. People share charts. You see a lot of indicators. And you can scroll this for a long time. Dedicated channels for certain stocks like BBBY. Monitoring stocks. Announcements. I posted announcements. This was a good announcement today, what Binance is doing. And then I helped translate this announcement, what this could do to the price of Bitcoin as well. Just so many channels in Discord. And then we have these voice chats. People share their screens. It's very easy to share your screen and stuff on Discord as well.
We're on every night, all 24 hours. It never shuts off. The Discord doesn't. And there's somebody on at all times.
Maybe on Christmas Day there's like 3 people on Discord, but if it's not a major American holiday, there's usually people on the Discord.
Yeah, and then instead of having to, type all of your questions, you can get on there and you can ask a question, and there'll be multiple people that you can bounce stuff off of and help you learn how to chart or learn what these things make sense of. It's way better.
Someone says my Discord looks dead. Look, so here's the thing about my Discord. People don't get points to randomly spam the Discord like in these other Discords, right? There's no spam. It's very clean and collective, organized information. I finished a trade the other day on my Discord. I posted my position closed right here. I was in a BNB short. I posted when I entered the trade, and then on the 20th, 2 days ago, I closed my position. I closed it 127% profit, and I shared that I closed my trade. I was very adamant on Discord and Twitter when I entered my short as well at $290. Very adamant, very clear. I don't think the Discord's dead. We have over 3,000 people. We have a lot of people down here in a voice chat as well currently. Usually people come on more at nighttime. The audience is mostly people from the United States. A lot of people are in California. California is a 3-hour time difference between California and the East Coast. We have a tickers channel, share information about stock, tickers, short time frames.
Also, we've been in like a little bear market, and a lot of people they back away during that time and don't get on. I guarantee 90% of your Discords have fallen off through this time, and this one is still kicking.
Yeah, I'm still making content. I'm still posting on Twitter, YouTube, Discord.
Yeah, D-Block's on here every night with us, and and he's been, man, if you've listened to Discord or YouTube for a while, you know who that is. And he has kept this thing together with Tame. So many prominent people in this Discord that can help you, and nobody judges. You ask one question, somebody's there to answer it.
Someone wants some technical analysis, so I'll start with the Bitcoin technical analysis real quick. On the 4-hour chart, we're coming down. On the 4-hour chart right here, see how this golden line's crossing under the white line? This MACD is crossing, it's losing bullish momentum right here. We're getting less bullish momentum, and it's turning bearish. Bitcoin's set to eventually run down to $10,800 on this longer time frame. People have been dollar cost averaging down Bitcoin, and they may stop dollar cost averaging as we get closer to 10,800. We get closer to 10,800 to get more buy pressure, is my prediction. And if you look at the moving average, it's just been getting lower and lower, right? Our price is still well below that moving average, and on the 4-hour chart, we haven't really crossed over the moving average except for July on June 21st. And if you head into July, we may be getting closer to that lower price level before we start running back up. We have about 8 days left before this cycle is over. And on the 4-hour chart, like this MACD is starting to turn super bearish. So on the short time frame, we're bearish. If we go to Doge 4-hour chart, it's very similar, right? The MACD is about to turn bearish for Doge. The difference between Doge and Bitcoin is that Elon Musk says he's buying Doge. So that actually helped hold the price above my resistance. Resistance was at 7 cents. We're trying to get back above that 7 cents. If Elon comes up with another tweet, we'll break that 7 cents resistance. But if you want to look at our support level, where people were buying Doge, Doge support's down here around 4.92. I drew this for you last week. I put it in the video. We had the weekly support at 4.92 for Doge. A lot of people accumulated around this price level and watched their portfolios grow in value. And we have this downward wedge for Doge. This downward wedge for Doge does show we could hit that support again, possibly, but Elon coming out saying that he's buying more Doge, if he starts posting his buys on Twitter, whoo, it's going to take our Doge scalping to a whole nother level. Let's see. Let's see. So, to make the Discord a little bit better, I'm going to make another channel. We're going to make another channel in here called Share Your Positions. People can start sharing what positions they're in as well.
What's it called?
It's called Share Your Positions. And keep in mind, Discord's mostly alphabetical. So if you share your position, please edit your position at the end every time you close your position. Just put edit, I closed this position, made this profit, or blah blah blah. And then so make sure maybe write a little bit of a description why you entered your position. You can post some charts in there as well.
That's a nice one, Twisty. Congrats.
At the end, you can edit so you can tell people if your position is closed. See how I did mine where it said position is still open? Twisted, are you shorting Bitcoin? Yes. Yeah, I can see that. And then we can get a better perspective of how the Discord members are trading as well. Yeah, guys, don't spam the YouTube chat. Look, if you want people to take you seriously, don't spam your message 100 times. But if you guys were looking at Dogecoin, this was our weekly support, 4.92. We break that support, you have things to worry about, and then you have people like Elon that said they're buying. We don't know where they're buying their Dogecoin at. We don't know what price level. What happens if another billionaire comes in, starts buying Doge? And if you want another update on Bitcoin, we're slowly coming down. That 4 hour is coming down, Edwin. Moosey was shorting Bitcoin earlier. He's still shorting it. Bitcoin accumulation zones 18 points up here. Ooh, we were overbought on June 21st, this month. Last year, if we look on last year, this is going to be a little bit fun. Look at last summer, July. From June to July, that's when Bitcoin had a big dip last year, right? But in July, it started recovering a little bit. What do you think happens when people mine less Bitcoin? You think that helps drive up the price? Potentially. Bitcoin is still one of those scarcity things. Only 21 million maximum Bitcoin. Seeing Bitcoin at 20,000 right here, with room to go down to 10,000, could be very scary for spot traders. We're not oversold anymore. We were oversold at very low RSI at 18,000. We're going to be even more oversold if we go down to $10,000. We're starting to lose that bullish momentum earlier last month. We had a little bit bullish momentum. It had a nice pump up as well, 34,000, but then came down even lower. So we're downtrending, had a nice pump up, started coming down lower. Our downturns have been a lot steeper for Bitcoin. That just means people are pulling more liquidity out, cashing out, getting ready for other things to buy. 4 hour super bearish. This 4 hour MACD looks like it's going to cross down. Probably see Bitcoin break under 17,000 when this happens. Definitely possible. I'll leave this up when I'm gone. I'll be back later. I'll leave this up. Let's put the Doge up there, though. We like the Dogecoin 15-minute chart. But I'll be back later. I'm going to hop off here. Mute my microphone. You guys want to talk about anything? I'll leave this chart running on Discord if you guys want to see the chart. 11 people watching this chart. It's about the same on YouTube. YouTube, you just see the price tickers as well. Elon tweets his buys on Doge. That could be a next fundamental catalyst. Let me put that in the announcements channel as well. Alright, I put that in announcements for you guys to consider. I'll be back later. Let me try to tag some people in there so we can see their positions. Twisted Gloomy, are you here?
Yeah.
On that post, I'll share your positions. Can you talk about what type of leverage you used?
I would just like edit it in there.
Yeah, just edit it in there. Maybe write position is still open, and when you close it, let people know why you closed it. And Prague just put his long for IoT A in there. Just write a little bit about why you enter your position. Maybe share a chart from when you entered.
Should be around 40x, Gloomy, right?
It was 75.
75. Oh. Oh.
I mean, I was doing this a lot for my scalps and announcements, but I think if we get more people doing it, it can help form patterns so people can watch their trades and then see what's happening. I have a few more trades. I guess I can share them in there as well. The problem with margin trading, though, like if you go, you have to sleep, right? What happens when you sleep?
Okay.
Either you lose or you win.
Like it's hard. It's hard to want to keep a position open while you're sleeping, unless you're winning really big.
If you have a stop loss in and I take profit in, honestly.
Yeah, I'm like, for example, I'm shorting Celsius, right? Spot trading, share your spot trades on the channel as well, guys. Just mention why. You don't have to have a screenshot showing your trade, but if you're spot trading, you're definitely at less risk. Someone wants to look at Polygon Matic. Let's use the Binance chart. Matic is pumping right here on the 15 minutes. It's at 46.5 cents. It's already grown over 6 cents today. So Matic looking pretty good. Matic is actually the blockchain that my NFT is on. How about that? I mean, first time we had on the 4 hour for a parabolic SAR for Matic. Yeah, Matic looking super bullish compared to these other cryptos. Alright guys, put the Doge chart back on there. If anybody does want to join the Discord, I'll put a link in the chat, pinned message. But overall, for this summer, I think that crypto is following the stock market. It's trying to get away from the stock market though. Once we have more regulation and more money into crypto, it may not follow the stock market as much.
All amendments must be submitted to the committee email provided in the meeting notice. As is the chair's practice, amendments that are pre-filed will be given priority consideration. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend their remarks and to submit additional materials to the chair for inclusion in the record. Before we begin today's markup, I just want to recognize Mr. Caston's.
Can somebody stream a video of this?
Sorry, are you talking about what I was playing the audio?
Yeah, can you stream that? Is there something going on today?
Yeah, that's here. I'll put it in the announcements channel.
Yes, or if you can stream a video of the speech talk today or whatever it is.
They're in recess right now. I was gonna play it when they come back. It's just the hybrid markup of various measures. They were streaming 5 hours ago. They're in recess right now. They've been in recess for a while.
What's up, Tamer? How you been?
I've been pretty good, but this isn't really related to crypto or the markets.
All right, no worries. I thought it was related to it.
But earlier, Jerome Powell was speaking live, and that was related to the markets. I'll rename the title of the video. I was about to step away, Joe, but we were expecting crypto dip based off the 4-hour chart.
Oh, no worries. You don't have to rename anything. I had no idea what you were actually playing. I thought it was up and running.
Dude, on the committee earlier, they spent over 5 minutes dogging cryptocurrency, though. Talking about needing more regulations as well for cryptocurrency.
Maybe that's what I'll do is I'll watch it. I was at physical therapy, so I didn't even have the chance to watch it. I didn't realize it was on that early.
I'll just play it back.
I don't know, like you said, I just got more orders sitting there down right below 5 cents now at that 4.9 region. And again, I'm waiting at Bitcoin to return to its 17. Like you're saying, it might go down into the 10 and above region. So Tim, you've helped me grow way more patient in my life than I think it ever was capable of. Thanks, bud.
Patience is one of those virtues that I guess when you get older, it's easier as well, too.
So I keep saying all the time to people, patience is a virtue. Well, the hospital life and time I've spent there, it's the best word I could say these days.
Saylor was on the news recently with Bloomberg. I imagine he'll be on the news more this year if Bitcoin starts pumping in price again as well. Oh well. Peter Schiff is always on Twitter talking about Bitcoin, gold. I wonder if Peter has more gold or more Bitcoin tweets now. Um, they're in recess, but still. Their audio is back on their stream.
Tim, what are they going to do to regulate crypto? Is there any things that people have proposed or brought up that they've incorporated into what they're going to choose to do with it?
Here's what Jerome Powell hinted at today. They want to regulate crypto the way they're regulating banks, right? So if you give somebody a loan, you have to have collateral. If you have a currency, you have to back it by something as well. If you have a certificate of deposit, you have to back it with something, right?
Yeah.
Could be some stuff like that.
At least along the lines of no matter what, it has to have some backing, some way, shape, or form.
Yes, sir. So definitely if you have a stablecoin, you need something to back that stablecoin. Someone says Secret Lab ads on my YouTube. So if you see an ad on my YouTube, Pepin, it's more than likely that you searched or Googled that company's name and then you're getting a targeted ad. I've never heard of that brand.
They make some good chairs.
Secret Lab? Oh.
Yeah, I'm sitting in one right now.
Yeah, so your ads that you see on Google and YouTube are usually targeted ads, Pepin. Like if you search Coinbase, you're probably going to see some Coinbase ads. And I think it's counterintuitive. Like, I already have Coinbase, right? Why do I need a Coinbase advertisement? So that is the downside to targeted ads. Company lose revenue. And guys, we're still looking at GameStop for a possible squeeze as well. Keep that in your heads. While the market's doing pretty bad, GameStop's still holding pretty well compared to last year. It's doing very well. Very well. Like last year in August, we were still like at around $160 per share. When the GameStop squeeze happens, that's really going to pull a strain on the stock market. I'm not sure, Pepin. I'm pretty sure they pay YouTube, and then YouTube makes profit that way. YouTube uses everybody, Pepin. But this is still cheaper than using an entire server to host a live stream that's in 4K resolution all day. I would probably be paying about $60 per day hosting this myself if it wasn't on YouTube. I'm not paying $60 per day to give out information for free to viewers. Just put on YouTube with the advertisements. I'll be back later though. I keep saying that, then I see something on the chart happening.
I hope so. It looked like in the short time the market is going down.
How's everybody doing?
Good. Oh shit. Gone. Stop. Fuck. I'm taking a break. It's just too difficult. Mm. No.
13 for the battle of 20K. Bouncing less and less though, right? Maybe not.
Afternoon, everyone. Mic check.
I got you.
Yeah.
Everybody good?
Yeah, I was trying to get my Discord to start working for the past like 30 minutes. I don't know what the heck was going on with it.
Hmm. I'll be right back.
Is it my mic that's messing up, or does anybody else hear that?
I hear that as well.
Okay, I was just checking. Thank you.
Nah, I think it was D Block.
Yeah, Bitcoin is fucking dumping. What up, D-Block, Tame, everyone?
D Block, are you here?
He's having some trouble with his mic or something right now.
Oh, really? Is Tame not here either? Is he just live if I'm not here?
Haven't heard him speak in a while. D Block, if you can hear me, something to do with your mic, man.
What's up, everyone? How y'all doing? Shit, my Bluetooth's not working. Stand by.
Oh, we can hear you.
Oh, there it goes. It's working. Thank you.
Yeah, we can hear you. There's just not a lot of people talking. I think D-Block's mic's fucked up. I don't. Lots of people just aren't talking in here.
Yeah. Market sentiment, right?
Fucking market sucks ass.
Yes, sir. As of now.
Fucking Bitcoin go down to 7,000.
Believe it or not, I'm making more money right now during this week than I have in the past two weeks.
You short?
Yeah, you could have threw a short down the fucking block and hit anything.
This shit seems easy as fuck right now.
Yeah, for like the last week or two, you could have just threw a short at anything and made some money.
Yeah, I threw a short on Doge and got liquidated.
And my business partner got liquidated on a SHIB short.
It's only a couple bucks, so I just let it go. And then I was like, oh, yeah, whoops.
My wife got wrecked on the plane ride to Vegas. She got liquidated in an hour and a half on our fucking plane ride.
Damn.
I want to play something, but I feel like it's just ready to wreck people. Yeah, I'm gonna get off of here. I'll be back on later. Moosey's getting on. Hopefully D-Block has his mic fixed.
Yeah,
Y'all
we'll
have
talk,
a good
man.
day.
He wasn't joking. It's dead in here.
What's up, fam? Tame's got us live on YouTube here.
Alright, I'm back. Looks like Doge is getting a little bit of a pumpity pump on the 15 minutes chart, guys. Look at that. It's looking pretty nice right here. Definitely on a 5 minute getting a little bit of action as well. Bitcoin still holding above 19,000. Bitcoin's still holding above 19,000, but that 4 hour that we looked at earlier, pretty bearish for Bitcoin. This 4 hour chart, I'll show you what I'm speaking about. Alright, so here's the 4 hour chart. Big thing first, MACD flipped over. Extremely bearish indicator. We started losing that bullish momentum and it started heading downwards. Very simple indicator to follow. Second indicator, relative strength index. We were overbought earlier yesterday morning during the pre-market. Really bad time to be overbought for Bitcoin. And as expected, if you're overbought in the pre-market, then you're going to dip the whole day markets open, which is pretty bad, right? Where's that $21,600 and it's just started coming down from there. Are we oversold? No, we are not oversold. Are we above resistance? Technically, we're above this resistance. We hit 19,800 earlier. That was our most recent resistance, but we're heading back down towards that resistance level, well, support level. Our resistance level, we already broke that earlier and went up above 21.6. That happened, we were overbought. Now our support level is down at 19.8K and some change. Accumulation blocks between $10,800 and $23,000. This is the range where people are dollar cost averaging into their Bitcoin. In terms of Doge, low and high, it's all over the place. Elon Musk is supporting Doge. He's still buying Doge. Let's look at Doge. I'll show you. Because we see Bitcoin's dipping there, right? And then Doge is climbing a little bit. Think about Doge right here. Every time we get in this overbought range, we ended up at a lower price. Still, Doge is downtrending a little bit. I pointed this out last week and it still stands. We still have that 4.92 cents support level for Doge. Still room to go down to 4.92 cents. Well, that's great, right? For people who want to buy. Well, bad news, 4 hour. MACD's flipping over, turning bearish for Doge. So we may be heading back towards that support level. Good news though. Good news. Doge has room to go to 21.45 cents before we are overbought on the 1 day chart. Great news for all the scalpers out here. On the 1 day chart, we started picking up that bullish momentum on the MACD. We lost the bearish momentum. Now we're picking up this bullish momentum on the MACD. That started 2 hours ago. 2 days ago. So we lost that bearish momentum 2 days ago. On the 1 day chart, we still have room to go to 21.45 before being overbought. Our weekly support is as low as 4.92 cents. Let's go back to the 15. On the 5 minute chart, our MACD is about to cross over and become bullish for Doge. That's great news. We're losing that bearish momentum on this short time frame. Markets are closed. We are in the after markets. Things are slowly starting to pump back up as well, so that's pretty good. I think dollar cost averaging is one of those strategies that a lot of traders are using. So when the price is lower, it seems great for people to dollar cost average. Dollar cost average doesn't seem like a good strategy as that price starts climbing and climbing though, right? Bitcoin over 60,000, people usually don't want a dollar cost average in at that high price. Seeing the price as last year prices will entice people to dollar cost average more probably. It's a strategy people like to use when the price is lower, not too high. In terms of cryptocurrency, we can go to the total chart. So I typed total up here. Make sure you're on all. And this is going to be crypto total market cap. And it's calculated by TradingView. See, on the 15 minutes, we've gained some momentum for total crypto market cap. And total crypto market cap on the 15 minutes about to turn bullish. If we switch to a bigger time frame than the 15 minutes, let's look at the 4 hour. We've been kind of bearish throughout the day for the last 12 hours. Been kind of bearish on total. But this is total. Let's look at the weekly. So on the week of May 9th, this is when total crypto market cap became extremely bearish. We had that death cross on the weekly. And my sell signal came in as well. If you would have got out of crypto during this time, you still would not have gotten back in crypto. But on the weekly, now we're kind of in that oversold range. 8 RSI on the weekly for total. Still heavy bearish momentum. May start losing that bearish momentum as we rise back up here, though. Crypto's already lost a few $1 trillion. And we're in that oversold range. We haven't been oversold like this on the weekly since 2018 in December. And then when we were oversold like this, we did dip a little bit and then started slowly pumping back up. So we are oversold on weekly for crypto. This could be a sign for people to get in, but people don't want to guess the bottom, so they may be waiting until that MACD starts flipping. If you look at what happened in 2018 after we were oversold, on the weekly, 1 week went by, we lost that bearish momentum a little bit. 2, 3 weeks went by, completely lose that bearish momentum. 4, 5 weeks, 6 weeks goes by, and then we start getting the flip on the MACD. So maybe within 6 weeks, we could be looking at a nice little bull run up. That's when crypto was around 2018 total crypto. Okay, looking good, looking good. I'll definitely edit this chart. Let's put Doge back up for you guys though. We're still waiting for that 21.45 cents Doge. Been waiting since May. That's when we're going to be overbought again. So looking forward to that. On the 5 minutes, Doge is climbing. I'll be right back. If you double your coin count now at a cheaper price, Marcus, that would lower your average price. Yes, that is true. Sorry. How does my microphone sound before I give this speech real quick? Does my mic sound okay?
Yeah, you sound all right.
All right, so I will say this with confidence. We are getting a little bit more cash going into the crypto market space. That's definitely true.
D-Block, it's nice you're able to kind of drag it left and right, but it shows up on both charts.
Sorry. There's been an increase in demand of some cryptocurrencies lately since the 18th of June. More cash has been going back into the markets, especially according to Nomets.com. But the thing is about Bitcoin right here, Bitcoin's still under $400 billion market cap, and Bitcoin's the number one cryptocurrency, right, in terms of market cap. Ethereum's the number 2, and it's still under 200 billion market cap. Ethereum earlier last year was above $400 billion market cap. Doge is still under $10 billion market cap. It's at $8.24 billion. Doge has the world's richest man supporting the currency, buying the currency. We don't know what prices he's buying at. I did post on my Discord announcement earlier that Elon Musk may start tweeting every time he buys Doge. Who would want that to happen? Say I. Type it in chat, YouTube. Do you want Elon to post every time he buys? Let's do it, guys. Vote in the YouTube chat. Let's see if you guys want to know when Elon Musk buys his Doge. Do you think that's important information? Do you think that would make you feel better as a retail trader? What about if you're purchasing your Dogecoin at the same price he's purchasing? How would that make you feel, right? That would be great if we knew every time Elon's buying. god. Do you guys remember when housing prices was $50 per month? Maybe your grandparents do. Inflation. What do you think would happen long term when inflation destroys the US dollar? Yeah, I'm still holding Doge, Marcus. My last spot trade was a not the best position, around 7 cents for my spot trade. My last margin trade, leverage trade, was around this current price. Marcus, if you're in my Discord, you can see my current position. We put a channel up there, share our positions. Be right back, 1 second. Let's see here, guys. Yeah, I'm still holding Doge in the spot trade bag, Marcus. It's doing pretty well. It's down about 1 cent from that spot trade bag. Andrew says he wants his diamond back. What diamond are you referring to, Andrew? Are you talking about the YouTube member? Oh, yeah. Well, if you haven't been trading crypto in 6 months, Marcus, welcome back to the crypto space.
Best time to be alive. Sale. Hey, 10, we're going to 10K still or what? Yeah, fake out. So clear fake out.
So Bitcoin still has room to go under that $10,800 range. It still has room to go there.
But the experts saying that in October, you think before October?
It could take time. So, it could take time.
So be patient. Just have your money in USD.
I did not say that.
What about Ethereum? $100? $60?
No, never.
So 500?
If it's $60, somebody would buy the whole project, probably.
You buying the whole 8?
So, even if Bitcoin's going down, you shouldn't keep your money in just money, right? Well, if there's some commodity that's going to go up in that time, you have to research and see where it's going to grow faster. And Bitcoin, think about it. Not that long ago, the price was 1 cent. Now we're above $19,000. Maybe some of these altcoins are going to grow a lot faster now than Bitcoin. Some people are just
think
doing
ADA's gonna run?
stakes. But yeah.
ADA's gonna run to 100?
What, to 100?
ADA? Cardano, maybe $10?
ADA? No, no.
$10? $10?
ADA's gonna have hard momentum just because of their design. In my opinion, ADA's not a great cryptocurrency.
So where would you put your money at? Oh, fucking.
You want truly decentralized cryptocurrencies like Doge. If it's centralized, if they can shut off their network, I'll be right back. Okay, so I'm back. What were you talking about? When the crypto market does better, that may help the NFT space, but as people predicted, that NFT space was going to go down during a crypto market crash. That was expected, that the NFT space would go down during a crypto crash. That would be the first place to go down.
Yep. Just buy the blue chip.
The blue chips dropped in value a lot too.
Yep. And maybe people are getting scared on selling the first time go around. Now that we know what the fuck's going to happen, but now it might take longer than the pandemic because this is caused by the government and all the bullshit.
Right. I mean, the floor price of Bored Ape Yacht Club still 89 Ethereum, but man, when the price of the ETH is $1,000,
So
that really
we
killed the
probably
value.
hold down here for maybe half a year for sure.
Yes, sir. And people see how hard it is to cash out of these NFTs as well. The trading volume is just so low. Trading volume super low.
Being high.
Yep.
And now the value.
Yes, sir.
That's where it just holds, but a lot of people can. If they can make the money double somewhere else, they will. But we'll see.
And then at one point, when you're in an NFT collection like that, they have to do stuff to keep their members entertained. They have to do private concerts and stuff as well.
I mean, I own V2. Depends, yeah. I mean, look at the Milk Boys NFT. The Milk.
Your mic keeps cutting in and out.
We'll see how the Milk Boys, because they're in entertainment. We'll see how they NFT holds up, because I own V2, the Major Moth, and I mean it's below mint price because Ethereum's low. I paid $1,000 for it, 3.5 Ethereum, and I paid 1,053. Right now it's what, 500, 600 bucks, 700 bucks.
What's going on, gentlemen?
So it just depends if you believe in the project or you need that money.
Yes, sir.
I'd be getting lowballed offers, you know.
So, I'm curious if Bitcoin's going to hold above that $19,800 support today.
That's what I'm watching right now.
The larger time indicators are showing that we're kind of dipping.
I think we're going to retest. We're going to probably retest 17 again and see if we can hold that or keep falling.
I don't think it holds. We're playing the get rejected off a 20 game right now. For Bitcoin to remain bullish, we need to stay over last bull cycle's high at 19,807. Between 19,807 and 1966. Putting up a good fight right now, though. At 19,666, we complete the measured move from the head and shoulders that brought us down on the hourly.
The rich dad said that he's gonna buy at 11K. He's gonna start buying again.
You talking about that Kawasaki guy?
Yeah, I put a general video on.
Yeah, you're getting a lot of feedback on your mic right now.
Hear me now?
Yeah.
So yeah, the Kawasaki guy said he's looking to buy in at 11K, and then Roden Paul is on that general video I put in the general, and his Vatos. Yeah. So we'll see. Are you sprinkling in nothing, or are you just still out?
No. No, whatever plays were made earlier, I'm already out of. Just waiting on those lower numbers now. Unless I see a reaction here.
I think Doge could be the play during the bear market, though, because if Elon's really supporting it like he says, the next catalyst is if he starts posting his buys. People are going to go crazy.
That was a nice little 40-something% bump that he gave us. I mean, he gave us that 20% bump, but then Bitcoin took off before we could retrace. It was perfect timing. Yeah, we'd definitely be closer to our lower numbers if it wasn't for Elon right now.
I sent Shiba from Crypto.com to FTX yesterday, and it's been 24 hours, and my money. I think I lost my crypto, but I sent to the right wallet. But they're using a different network, so I don't know whose fault is it.
Oh, yeah. Your shit is lost in the ether, brother. The only thing you could hope for is at crypto.com. Where did you send it?
So they're using the Crohn's network, and then the ones that FTX uses is the Ether 2 point something.
Yeah.
Or Ether some shit.
So what
it's
happens
gone.
is your coins are sitting there. Your coins are in. If you go through the Chrono scan, you'll find your coins. They're in the wallet in FTX, but they don't acknowledge the blockchain. What'll happen is, in hopefully this year, by the end of next year, when Chronos comes out of beta, they'll accept the Chronos network, and your coins will just appear in your wallet. I did the same thing. I sent some crow over to Coinbase, and it was Chronos Crow and not ERC20. It's my mistake. I mean, I know better. I was just making a fast move, but all we can do is wait. There's really nothing you could do.
Cool. I mean, it was only $100, but still.
Yeah,
I guess we learned from our mistake. Fuck that.
Hey, look at it. Maybe it's a forced hold, man. You don't know what it'll be at in 2 years or whatever when you finally get it out of there. Maybe it'll work out for you. Yeah, but Coinbase, these exchanges have a lot of frozen coins that are just kind of floating around in the ether. It's interesting to see what they do to that with that.
Yeah, because on FTX I saw that it lets you choose for other coins. It lets you choose. It lets you choose different networks on different coins.
Me personally, I don't want to put a number on it, but I think Bitcoin has at least another 25% to drop. And Ethereum and the alts are looking at least 40 to 50% from where they are now.
So today the government says that we're not in a recession. That kind of helped the SPY hold up a little bit. If we do enter like a full-blown recession, I think Bitcoin could go under $10,800 per coin.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't we hit that pandemic price, you think?
I mean, 10,800 is the 85% retracement for the bear, right? That would go ahead and fulfill, our historical retracement, but there's nothing that says that we have to stop there. If macroeconomics don't get any better, we could wick underneath that something nasty.
Well, that's how he said that Apple's not going back to work unless the unemployment starts skyrocketing again.
Bitcoin's going to test the temperature above 20K for a minute. See how it feels.
Even Shiba, if it runs again and you put the right amount of money and cash out the top this time,
Not in a. I'm not really
like,
in the take risk speculation mode right now.
yeah, because everything else is cheap, yeah. Except
Yeah, it makes no sense for me. There's so much sure money sitting out there that I'd rather not gamble.
but if you got extra, I mean, 100, you know.
Yeah, nah, a little lottery ticket here and there is not gonna hurt anybody.
You know? But yeah, diversify BTC, Ethereum priorities, no matter what. Dogecoin, yeah, maybe $500 will be 7,000 if we go to 65.
Yeah, you got to try to put on your noise suppression. You're getting wind noise and all types of stuff behind you. Do you have a headset or are you on open mic?
No, they're better. I have a headset.
Yeah, that's better.
I mean, $500 in Dogecoin right now would be like 7,000 at 65 cents.
Yeah.
10,000 is going to be a lot of money.
If you missed the speech today, the committee was talking about increasing regulation on cryptocurrency. Some of that regulation, they want to increase the regulation like they do for banks, since they talk about cryptocurrency using similar financial instruments as some of these banks.
I think the banks are going to buy Bitcoin now that it falls.
Maybe not the banks per se, but there are companies that are trying to become custodial services of Bitcoin, so they're going to be buying up Bitcoin.
Or payment, yep. Or payment or some shit.
I still think it's weird that we have an ETF that's focused on shorting Bitcoin. I think the time for that was when the price was at all-time high, not already retracing.
That's not a coincidence. Look at the timing on when they accepted the long ETF. We were above 60,000 and they accepted the ETF, and now we're below 20 and they accept the short. It's all in the plan, buddy.
Like, who's putting in their money in that? Would you trust a company to short Bitcoin? Like, man.
Yeah. There's a lot of people out there that think just because it was approved that it's a good investment, and they just go in and get wrecked.
I cannot wait to read their risk analysis, what they're saying. I want to see how much leverage they're using, all kinds of information. One of the good things that's coming from this crypto crash, though, graphic cards are getting a lot cheaper.
Oh, yeah. I can't wait. Ethereum goes proof of stake. I'm going to build the nastiest gaming computer ever.
Yeah.
Are we gonna be able to join that club before the, because it's gonna be on sale? We need like 30 Ethereum, I think.
Sorry, what are you talking about, Vatos? Your mic sounds really bad, Vatos.
Oh, to join the proof of stake club, how many Ethereum you need? 60 or 30?
For what? A 3060 for what?
To join the Ethereum club, the proof of stake.
Why would you need a graphics card for proof of stake?
No, you need 30 Ethereum or to join it, and then right now with the sale going on, it's affordable.
Okay. I understand your question. How many years do you think it will take for them to convert to proof of stake?
That's the magic question.
Is that what these cryptos are wanting to do now after they're done mining and prices is too high to mine? They just switch it over?
I'll be pretty heavy in Ethereum this year, so I'm kind of banking on them making some moves sooner than later, but I won't be surprised if it gets kicked down the road. It's got a habit of doing that, Vitalik.
He was saying that it would take 5 to 6 years for 2.0.
Yeah, I just want to see this merge go through. And then, have Ethereum go through its whole triple halving this year. Have all of that go through flawlessly. And then I'll take my profits and move. I know that's a lot to hope for.
Proof of stake could be bad as well, though.
Yeah, I think it'll just get centralized in the hands of whoever is holding the most coins. It's not really, I guess environmentally it'll be better, but
like we have HETS. HETS is proof of stake, but it started from proof of stake. It wasn't proof of work first. So the people that bought in off of that proof of work expectation, they're going to be very disappointed when a whole network switches over to proof of stake.
yeah, people that put all that money into mining equipment in the last year that didn't really know what was going on.
And if you know how Ethereum works, proof of work is better security, right? Proof of stake.
Yeah.
Proof of stake kind of is not meant for security.
No, that's true. And what you're saying is true. The fact that Ethereum started as proof of work. I mean, even Vitalik said it. He said, we keep pushing it back because it's like trying to change the wheels on a moving car. We can't shut down Ethereum to do the switch. We've got to do all this while it's operating at a regular clip with no interruptions.
You would think it'd be now because everything's crashing. Ethereum's not getting used to buying the cheese. At least not right now. Not that much.
Hey, Brandy, good to see you too. Brandy, join the Discord. We're always in here. We're just in different rooms.
Is the gas holiday tax gonna affect anything to do with this?
I heard you talking about gold earlier, Fame. What do you think about that find in Uganda? Have you looked into that?
Sorry, my mic was muted. I'm going to hold off on any discussion on that. I don't think it's confirmed.
Okay.
I heard Biden's gonna buy some Bitcoin.
So here's our Ethereum transactions, daily transactions. You can see people still using Ethereum. Like our daily transactions, total transactions today, well, yesterday, let's say yesterday, over 1 million transactions on the Ethereum blockchain. Total transactions. And then if we look back last year, around the same time, June 24th, 2020, we had 1,070,000 transactions. So similar transactions as last year. We're way more transactions than 2017 and 2019. We're almost double those transactions. So people
can thank
definitely still
NFTs
using
for that.
ETH. Yeah, we had that big spike up. 1.7 million transactions May 9th. So people definitely using Ethereum. Don't be confused by that, guys. This chart is proof. And there's proof. You can look at the Etherscan. You can see every single transaction with every ID. So if somebody says that people are not using Ethereum, they're either A, lying to you, or B, they just don't know. So the Ethereum difficulty is still over 14,000 right now. Hash rate's over 952,000. Market cap still over $100 billion. The price is still above $1,000. People still using Ethereum even if the price is going down.
People will use it more if the price goes down, especially in the NFT sector. You know how many of these NFTs, especially the blue chips, are getting into the affordable range? I was looking at a CryptoPunk for 50K the other day. We might be able to get that for like 35K at the bottom of all this. That's 100K easy at the top of the market.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's gonna take a year to get a buyer at that price and convince them it's worth still that much.
And Anne wants to know if Doge will go back under 6 cents. Me personally, yes, I believe it will. Time frame, I guess, is really the important thing. But we haven't seen the bottom for Doge, if you ask me. I think all the alts got at least another 40% drop in them. It's important to understand that nothing's changed macroeconomically this week except for the price of Bitcoin going up. All those same factors that had us looking at these low numbers last week still exist.
Yeah, I still see us like downtrending, room to downtrend, but there's room to uptrend as well. We're just in this market at the edge of a recession. Gas prices are climbing higher, and on the other side of the coin, you have people like Elon Musk coming out saying that they support coins like Dogecoin. So, and he's not just an influencer doing it to get paid. I think he actually believes in the project.
Yeah, something he said to me a long time ago always makes me think. He said that he first got into Doge because an overwhelming number of his factory workers were invested in it. So I don't think that's changed, and he has a responsibility to those people after all this time. And those are people that are close to him. Those are his employees.
Elon could have waited until the price dropped further before making those announcements as well, and he could have got a cheaper price. But he's being honest and transparent with all of us. Even if we're not at the bottom for Doge, it's good for people to know so that when the bottom comes, some people are waiting for the bottom, they can accumulate more. But what are you going to do one day? You're waiting for that bottom, and Doge goes from 6 cents all the way to 21.45 cents. Are you going to FOMO and buying at 21.45? It's going to suck. You saw how fast... I have it on stream video. Let me try to pull it up. But one of those streams was like over 100 hours long. Some were like 2 weeks long, so it didn't save. But we literally went from 9 cents to 45 cents so fast for Doge that people ended up FOMOing at 45 cents. Now, I hope people don't end up like that. I don't know if you guys were watching last year, but I was watching it, and the price went from like 5 cents to 11 cents in a matter of hours. So, when it moves fast, it's going to move fast. Elon didn't tweet that he was buying Doge when the price was 74 cents. But when the price is under 10 cents, he somehow tweets that he's buying Doge. So go ahead and do those calculations in your head, people, and come up with your own hypothesis of what will happen. What do you think is going to happen? How much Doge is he going to buy?
Right. I think in the short term, what he did was, obviously he added another 20% to that pump that we had, but he also gave people confidence to buy Doge at lower numbers, knowing that he's still in the game.
Yeah, you think Tesla's gonna open a long at these prices? At the 10,000 range?
I don't even follow Tezos.
Yeah, I don't either, honestly.
I see no reason
No,
to follow
Tesla. You think Tesla open along at 10,000K because they know where it's gonna go?
Oh, Tesla.
Open a long on Bitcoin or like something like that.
Okay, so one, I don't think Tesla will ever use futures or margin trading to trade Bitcoin. I don't see it. I never see them using margin to buy Bitcoin.
Bottom line. I mean, it'll be with their amount of money. It'll be 10.
If they're going to buy it, they would be better off accepting it for car purchases and getting that cheap Bitcoin for their cars.
Agreed.
If Bitcoin goes to 10,000, they would be smart to accept Bitcoin for their cars if they think the price is going to go up higher in the future. That's only if they believe the price is going to go up in the future. People don't believe this scenario, but it is possible. While Dogecoin is $1, Bitcoin could be $10,000 as well. That is one scenario that could happen. And look, Bitcoin could lose its dominance to a bunch of these altcoins. Especially altcoins like Dogecoin that have their entire blockchain that's not centralized. I mean, when you have things like Solana where they can turn off their network, obviously Bitcoin's going to be more dominant than that. But something like Doge, ooh, Doge is an animal. And guys, Elon's making money.
It's literally an animal.
Even if Tesla stock goes down, Elon's still earning money. So we have people like him earning money, large amounts of money, and they're buying Doge. I'm pretty sure he's going to end up driving the price of Doge up. But technical analysis for Doge is going to go out the window once someone like Elon Musk buys Doge.
Yeah. Yeah, when it comes to Doge, I'm not trying to do too much guessing right now at all. On the 1 hour, we're in a descending wedge. Top of the wedge is at 6.2. The bottom of the wedge is at 5.9. We get a breakout in either direction with confirmation, then I'll move on it. Other than that, yeah, we just have to see how this plays out. If Bitcoin moves, we could get a pop out of this wedge and another level up.
And Hartgrove says RSI is high. Yeah, this is the 5-minute chart, and let's look at the weekly chart. Weekly chart RSI is oversold, and look at this. We're oversold on Doge. See? We're oversold. This RSI has so much room to go up, and the price of Doge could go up over 3 times in value before we get overbought. We're in the oversold range on the weekly. This, you cannot ignore this weekly. We'll be at least 21 cents before we're overbought on that weekly. We're very oversold on the weekly. I'm telling you, 21.45. We will be there before you know it. And we're going to be there before we get overbought.
Yeah, my only problem with that is that Bitcoin has to behave itself for us to do that. It'd be nice if we can get a nice consolidation zone out of Bitcoin where the alts run. Yeah, that'd be great.
Mm-hmm. If we get more regulation to the crypto space and we get more smart money in crypto, the price could pump very high. We are above that moving average on the shorter time frames right here for Doge, but man, we go out above 4 hour and above, those RSI levels seem to get lower and lower the further out you go. And there's that danger of you playing the game trying to get the bottom, and then the price just starts running before you can get it, and then you end up paying higher. It doesn't seem like a problem if Doge is running when you jump in higher, but what if it's just a short-term pump, you know? And also, Facebook's going to start their own NFT collection. There's going to be NFTs on Facebook. There's going to be NFTs on Instagram.
GameStop NFT. I'm actually going to get into a play in a couple days on there.
GameStop will have a big platform.
Yep. You're welcome, man. Just try to do less predicting and more kind of just reacting to what the price does at this time, because it really can go either way.
In the short term, but long term, do you think Doge is going to be under 5 cents in 5 years?
Yes. No. Oh no. Oh no. No way. I honestly think that this might be the last time we get Doge at these numbers.
Edwin says, Tame the Ark, can you help me understand the significance of being above the moving average on lower time frames? The significance is that the higher you are above that moving average or on the shorter time frames, the higher chance you have of people taking profits. If it's on the longer time frames, definitely people are going to take profits. But the short time frames, people start taking profits. And when you get above the moving average and you combine it with high RSI like this, people probably take profits. So they took profits at 6.25. Price came back down 6.23. That doesn't seem a lot, right? 6.25, 6.23. But when you're on 10, 20 times leverage, that's a big move. Me personally, if I see we're well below that moving average on a broader time frame, say 1 week, I feel comfortable accumulating. And if we're well above the moving average on 1 week, I feel comfortable taking profits. Look at the 1 week. I can tell we're below the moving average. See right here, the prices, the moving average is around 15 cents. We're at 6 cents. So we're technically halfway, more than halfway below the moving average. During Saturday Night Live, the moving average was around 10 cents and the price was trading well above 60 cents. We were 6 times the moving average. So, naturally people will take profits above moving average. People accumulate below moving average. The further down you are from that moving average, the higher chance you have of selling for a higher price if you're scalping, if that asset's going to accumulate in price later on. Let's apply this to a stock. Let's look at GameStop on the 1 week. When GameStop went well above that moving average was about $30, and the price went up to $500. People definitely started taking profits, and they kept taking profits all the way above that moving average. So as they took profits, we became closer and closer to that moving average price. And then boom, we got under the moving average, people started accumulating, and then they sell above the moving average or on that moving average. And right now, GameStop is on the moving average. The price is a little bit above moving average, but our last weekly candle crossed under and both above the moving average line. GameStop may not be a fair stock to apply this to, since it has one of the highest short interest ratios and it has one of the highest potentials to squeeze, and it's going to make this $400 look like nothing when it squeezes. But applying it to these cryptocurrencies, which are 24/7, like Bitcoin, Doge, it works really well. Would I buy a cryptocurrency if it's only moving average? Possibly. I prefer to accumulate well below moving averages, though. My buy indicator came in, and the golden cross came in for Doge around 6.245. I will be right back. Sorry, I'm multitasking.
All right, trade safe, y'all. I'll be back in a bit.
Okay, so I'm back again. Keep going back and forth. So just come back. I'll let you guys know that the audio will be up, but I will not be here, probably. Or, since we are in the 420 channel, I might just close off the audio now and then do a crypto after dark. After dark. The sun is still out, so could be a crypto after dark show tonight. I may even think about ending the live stream and turn it back on in about 2 hours for that crypto after dark. What do you guys think? About 22 viewers. Yeah, I'll end the stream now, and then we'll turn it back on after crypto after dark starts. Just so there's not so much dead air on the stream and for these videos.